What's good, friends? Hello and welcome. It's a fantastic afternoon. It is Sunday. That's what day it is today. And we're here for Spike Rush. It's your boy F. Tom Pattinger offline. And of course, we got our friends here. We got Dazzarin. We got Dazzarin and Turtle. How you guys doing?
Doing good, man. That's a quality intro there, F.
I was scared you're gonna call him Days for a second. Then we would have had some problems. But you know, thankfully we avoided that issue.
I would never bring that up. I don't know where that comes from. It's just obviously Dazzarin. So Daz, how's life? What have you been up to?
Yeah, so I definitely just been doing like some Rocket League related stuff. You know, we've been getting ready to set up for our tournament, codename Covert, that's going to happen this week. So that's super exciting. You're going to be there with me, F. Turtle brought up the day, so we had to excuse him.
Wow.
Otherwise, it's been fun. It's been fun. Now we get to see some of the players who are going to be playing in the Valorant tournament today. So it's a lot of cool intertwined action with Rocket League and Valorant. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, this is something that I'm like really down for, because Rocket League, I've been excited to kind of jump in and see the whole scene and see the whole squad, and then we got a chance to see them play. Now this is really that community side of the games that really like make esports behind the octanes, right? And so what we're doing here today, if you guys are unfamiliar, we're gonna have the best of the best as far as the RLCS. They're gonna be going head to head against each other, but in Valorant. So we're going to see a different side of it. We're going to start off with NRGgg versus Envy. And so this one should be fun. This is what we're going to be taking a look at. Soniqs versus Cloud9 will be elsewhere, and the winners of those will come and we'll have a finals, and I'll bring some more friends up here so we can have a whole new cast as well. But so NRGgg, they're going to be Garrett, Turbo, and Justin, joined by Sizz and Classics. And Classics has actually really been on the grind, Turtle.
Yeah, I mean, Classics, he's the player that we are going to look at the most, I think, in terms of Valorant, because, you know, we've all known him for Rocket League back in the day. He was an OG pro. He's been in the scene for so long. And then now, I mean, even if you just check his Twitter, this man is all about Valorant. He's definitely one of the highest ranking players, I think, out of all Rocket League pros. And on top of that, I mean, even in his bio, he says that he's trying to go pro and looking for a team in Valorant. So if there's anybody who's taking this tournament seriously, it's going to be Classics.
Daz, as far as the other guys are concerned on that roster, you know, when we look at Turbo and Justin, I mean, Turbo's got a whole bunch of Rocket League trophies behind him, but I mean, does that translate at all to an FPS?
That's a good question. You know, for Pierre, I feel like it can. I feel like he has the ability to, translate a little bit. We've definitely played some 10-mans here or there. But if you look at Garrett and Justin, I mean, Garrett is one of those people that you don't expect to have really good FPS aim. And I kind of expect him to be keeping up with Classics here as the show goes on.
All right. That's a big deal. That is going to be a big deal. And Envy is across the way. We've got our maps coming through here. So Bind, Haven, and then Ascent if we need to play it. Ascent being the newest one added to the map rotation. Split, famously everybody's least favorite, so it's not here. Best of 3. Like I said, if we need the game 3, we'll go to it. Envy's roster, though, should be an interesting one. Turtle, do you have any scouting reports on what these guys are going to bring?
Oh, man. I think the person I'm looking for is Zol. I know that back in the day when I was on the roster with Chicago and Zol, those guys were playing CSGO nonstop. And obviously, the transfer over for skill, really, I mean, Valorant is almost like a mix of Overwatch and CS. So if you can kind of have some experience and a lot of hours in CSGO, your aim is definitely going to translate over because it's basically the same mechanics over here. So I think Zol definitely going to pop off. And I'm curious to see how Atomic, he's so skilled in Rocket League and so determined to get those mechanics on point. I wonder if his aim will actually be the same when it comes to FPS games.
Yeah, it's really the patience, that I think translates most from Counter-Strike. Yeah. We look at like COD and stuff. That's where you can get your aim shooting kind of pick your shooter and you're generally good. I guess not Tribes. That's a weird one. But everyone else kind of fits in. When you look at the patience needed to play these tac shooters, that's really what I like to see. And if you allow me the stretch, I'm the host. I've got to connect things together. When we look at Rocket League, we talk about passing lanes and that sort of thing. It's about sort of predicting what your team wants to do, and that rotation, when we talk about Valorant going from A to B, I think comes into play. Daz, how crazy am I?
Not that well. I mean, you are crazy in general, but in terms of what you're talking about, it's not that crazy. I do think you bring up a good point in talking about patience here, which is going to be key because, like you said, it's a different game. It's a different pace here. Rocket League is just go constantly for 5 minutes straight. But for Valorant, you have to execute, especially when you're pushing on our site or even if you're holding a site on the defensive end. So about being patient and knowing when you want to really make your play is huge in this particular aspect. So we'll definitely see those players who are known for their more patience in Rocket League kind of shine here. An example, not even in this particular game, but in the other match, Soniqs, their player Shock is, again, he's up there with classics in terms of skill. He's a really smart, really patient player and really defensive in Rocket League. And it shows and it translates on the Valorant. So I expect to see those types of players shine here today.
Dope. I'm excited to really see these ones come together. Bind, like I said, is going to be our first map. This one should be, when we talk about maps in tactical shooters, because I know we got a lot of Rocket League fans out here that might be watching this type of game for the first time. When we look at games like Counter-Strike, Dirty Bomb, Battalion, or whatnot, sometimes maps are sided. Either offense or defense, in this case attackers, defenders, with respect to Valorant here. So Turtle, when it comes to Bind, I mean, have you seen either way in your own experience? Is it more attacker sided or defender sided?
I mean, for me, I think on Bind, the most important part is having a Cypher. That's what I've noticed, at least the most times I've been playing. So if we see a Cypher pick, which most likely we are, he's definitely one of the top rated, I guess, heroes here. So I think if Bind, we do see a Cypher come out on defense, I think that's going to be the side that is favored so far because, I mean, you get those trap wires, you get his cams as well. That is just so crucial. And now we've been even seeing a lot of these broken angles where you can initiate a trap wire where nobody can see it. It's like reflecting into the sky. It's plays like that from Cypher. I think that will really give the advantage to the defense side here on Bind.
Yeah, the ability to just lock down an entire site by yourself is super important and very, very powerful. So Cypher is definitely going to be one of the go-tos. Daz across the way. I mean, let's put our shoes let's put our feet in the shoes of the attackers here. Turtle mentioned Cypher. He wants to see him on the defensive side. Who are you looking for to be on the attacker side here?
Well, there's definitely a lot of good options here. I think Brimstone's definitely a huge one here because Brimstone smokes the ability to really just shut down that heaven sight from A works out well. And also you can bring in cover to where maybe if A site's not the best work, using those teleporters in Bind to completely shift the direction and where you want to go can be huge. Also, the duelist, especially with the addition of Reno, has been something that a lot of people are taking advantage of. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of Renas out here making a lot of plays on offense.
Reyna gets a lot of applause for being, I mean, she's the kill machine, right? Get a kill, keep going, get a kill, keep going. But honestly, it's that vision reducer. Her as a sniper is real interesting because you can toss that vision reducer down a long B or anywhere that you want to have a long range combat in, and the other person down the line has to shoot the eyeball first before they can attack you, and all of a sudden they're all sorts of messed up. So looking at the different approaches here for both attack and defense, I think, agents flip a coin. I think everybody here can really be effective, and that's what makes it fun. And it's more about the gunplay and the team play, which is why we've got these squads out here. Should be jumping in just a matter of minutes too. Go ahead, Turtle.
I also think it's going to be interesting, though, because I've just been thinking about Rocket League and the comparison to Valorant. And I think that they're both games that you have to be very adaptive with. And I think that, in Rocket League, you're so quick to adjust to how the other team is playing, where they're really forcing their strategy. So it's in the same way. And we're going to see that a lot with how these teams rotate out of sites. If you can't get that first entry pick, you're going to have to rotate out, really adapt to what you're seeing around. And I think that element is going to translate so well over to all of these rosters because the mentality is just so similar.
For sure. I mean, that's actually one of the bigger things when we compare it to Counter-Strike. I find that Valorant's a little bit more active on the counter rotation and the movement there. So, even for the longtime fans of Counter-Strike, there is something a little bit extra going on here, and the Rocket League guys should fit right on in. So looking at NRGgg and NV, it's going to be a best of 3, bind, hitting the floor running. The action should start soon, and I just want to have some fun. That's really where I'm
excited.
there's a lot of stats and numbers and all this stuff, but I think especially for the newer fans in the audience, we're just going to be having a good time laying it out, just the rules of the road. So Valorant is a best of 13, first to 13 essentially, and we switch at halftime. So the team that chooses the map will be on the receiving end of. The team that chooses the map will be told which side they start on. Whoever doesn't choose gets to choose what side they go, attacker or defender. And then halfway in, we switch sides, so everybody gets a chance to attack and defend. Like I said, first to 13 wins, and then we're playing the best of 3. Bind, Haven, and Ascent, the newest map, should we need it in game number 3. NRGgg are coming out with some of the sleeper hits. We heard Classics has been way up there on the ranks, so definitely some strength there. They might just, we've heard some like scuttlebutt behind the scenes, and the guys are like, "Listen, NRGgg, they're just that good." So
that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, NRGgg. I look at that roster. I think we'd be surprised at how skilled a lot of these players are, because Rocket League is a game where there's really no replicated type or format of a game. If you're good at Rocket League, it doesn't necessarily mean you're good at really any other games. But in a first-person shooter, you can kind of translate that skill over. But I think we'd be surprised to see how many pros really are out here grinding a lot of these shooter games. And I think that NRGgg, that's what we're saying. These are the guys that, I see all those names. I know those guys are very competitive in every type of, whether it's an FPS, it's Rocket League, any type of game. I think these guys are going to dominate.
Well, I mean, Daz is the guy that's floated around different games as well. I know Dazzer is pretty into the FGC, and like when you float around different games and you see different communities, there's so many different things and different cultures. But there's one thing, and the mindset of a winner is very, very, very similar. Yeah. Like being at the top level of Street Fighter, you see the same qualities at the top level of Dota, at the top level of Rocket League. These guys know how to grind. They know how to assess their gameplay, work to improve it, and make it stronger. These guys have what it takes to kind of get there, and the platform is one thing. They're talented at what Rocket League demands, but the mentality to have that sort of wherewithal to really exert that's kind of nuts, Daz. What do you think?
I think you're right. There's something that's almost consistent across all esports, and that's just the work that you got to put in to be at the top level. You know what I mean? That grind, taking those 2 hours to scrim, just staying focused, staying in the gameplay, and being able to sit down and look at the replay review and just analyze everything that you have to do. Like, that's just something that comes over the course of time. It even translates for us as broadcasters too. Most people won't be able to get everything off the jump, but it's about how much time you put into understanding the games and just how much work that you put in off screen so that it translate when you're actually in there on game day. So we've seen that happen with a lot of games. Like I know there are some people who are playing who have actually gotten really good with how they've been playing in Valorant with just like little to like no FPS or Counter-Strike experience. And it's just all because they have that mentality of just grinding and getting better. Like it's one thing I love to see. And you're right. It does translate no matter FGC, FPS, RL, whatever genre that
All
is.
of them.
All of them.
Just go down the list.
I feel that. As far as our experiences, I've had a lot of fun. I've been playing a decent amount of Valorant. I didn't go super hardcore. I know some people jumped all the way in. I finished a couple of my contracts in the beta. We got a little bit early. I've been spending a lot of my time doing the content. Here at GiantSlayer, we put a lot of videos together and done a couple of tournaments. Shout out to my man Jamerson, who handles fight nights with me every week. So that's been a lot of fun. I've been grinding. I'm pretty nasty. Sova's my guy, my go-to.
Okay.
Turtle.
Okay.
I'm feeling
man.
Turtle. I'm feeling you're a Viper main.
A Viper main. What? I'm kind of offended. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just a little bit offended.
It's the background.
The background. Oh, the green. You like the green that you're seeing here?
Hey,
Okay.
I could have said Raze and I didn't. So
look, honestly, would you be offended if I said Raze? I mean, I've been playing a little bit of Raze. I'm not gonna lie, just a little bit. It's not that bad. Okay, you gotta have some kind of respect here. But I don't mind playing Sage every once in a while. I like being that support role. So you know what? I go selfish and then I support the team after. Okay, I flip flop.
I respect that. Some of us can't aim, so we need a rocket launcher.
Wow. Okay. What the? I'm kind of mad now. Okay, I see how it is.
Daz, I see you. I see Daz. See, like Daz, I would pick to be like the Sage main, like the straight up support character. Daz, who have you been playing?
I mean, it's funny because like I literally was streaming because I thought that this tournament started 2 hours before it actually did, and I was like, I'm gonna stream, and we're just playing Sage, and we just played Sage the whole way through. So definitely been playing Sage. I know some pretty nasty slow spots. Like I can orb mid from
okay.
Like we've been doing a lot of work. We've been
not gonna flex on us with the orb calls. Okay.
I can play Sage when I need to. I'm a healer, but I got the gunny if I need it.
Oh, okay.
I love it. I've been rocking the Sova.
Ooh, so Sova's nice too. I like those characters where you can really, I guess, just go into a custom map in Valorant and learn different routes, different areas where you can just kind of shoot one up in the sky. And then I've even seen tactics with Sova where you bounce off the ground right where you planted the bomb, and then just have your shock dart keep bouncing until the person either gets the kill, is on the bomb defusing, and then they just get shocked to death. It's plays like that that make Valorant so fun and so unique. But I mean, speaking of Sage, I think that with the recent nerf, I mean, her wall got decreased from how durable it is, and it also got, I think it was 40 seconds. It got nerfed down to 30 seconds now, where it can stand. So I think Sage, she used to be a player where everybody who was the main carry of the team could play Sage, carry the team, and then also had that support role. But now she's kind of fallen back into a little bit more of a passive, I guess, character where she's much more supportive than she is kind of dominant.
Yeah,
I'm going to say something pretty controversial here.
Okay, go for it.
I'm not sure every team needs a Sage.
That is very controversial indeed.
So realistically, the heal is actually relevant, let's say 40% of the time. In those 40% of the times, it will change the round. But there's so many times where, I get the trade, I'm at 40 HP, and it's irrelevant if I live or die. I just need to double peek with my teammate to catch to take the spot. And the amount of times, at least at low levels, watching people just die back. I've rezzed you into the crosshairs.
That is the worst experience ever. Whenever you res somebody and then you just get insta one tapped.
Oh yeah, I mean that's just a bad Sage, to be honest.
That's fair. But I think the resurrection is also similar to the heal, where some matches it's incredibly impactful and you just need that body, and then others it's yeah, we could have won that round with 3 players as well.
Yeah.
It's the wall that I think is really valuable.
Well, I think that you're right and you're wrong, F. Dot. I think that Sage doesn't have a place in higher elo matches, but I do think that in the lower ranks, probably up to I want to say gold, maybe plat, Sage is very valuable because a lot of players don't have a hard time adjusting on the fly, mainly because you can hold off an entire push with a wall and well-placed orbs back to back, right? And then at that point, you have the information. You already have stopped the push. You can communicate that to your team. They can rotate instead of just, standing there waiting for something to happen.
Sure.
So you have that communication aspect. And then, the heals and stuff, they come into place. You talk about the heals, the resurrection, I should say, not being as useful. But a lot of people don't understand that if you're playing a game and it's a tight match, you need to get that resurrection off for the sake of the economy. Because even if you can win the round, you still want your guys to have that economy going into those later rounds. So everything kind of plays into it in its own. People just don't necessarily understand that. They just think of Sage as the healer, and the heal isn't even that good anymore. What is the cooldown, 35 or 40 seconds? It's she's being nerfed and nerfed more. So I agree with you. She can't be used in these higher elo matches because they're just better players or better ways to slow things down at this point. With her getting nerfed, it makes Viper kind of stand out just a little bit more. Maybe you might want a Viper because now you have a smoke and a wall, and you can even throw some crowd control in there too with her freaking, I forget the name. I'm bad at names, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the Viper nonsense.
Yeah,
but when it comes down to Viper is such an interesting character, and I bring her up because she was the first character with an alternative kind of resource system, and that's one thing. But her ability just to completely cover the bomb site is absurd.
Oh, man.
And I think it's odd that we don't talk about Viper the way that we talk about Sage.
I mean, when it comes to Viper, though, I feel like something that's also super dominant with her is her ability to recharge her toxins. So she can, have a wall go up, realize there's not a push coming up, and then just drop it right back down and be patient. Because like what you talked about earlier, Valorant's a game where everybody's constantly adapting. We're going to see a lot more rotation from bomb site to bomb site in this game than we would say CS because, there's a lot more crowd control, a lot more, all these power-ups really add to these teams needing to adapt more. So whenever they, maybe rotate around, push back, that's when Viper's so useful because she can just activate her toxins again, stop another push, and just keep replenishing it back and forth. So I think that alongside her ult is just super overpowered. I mean, honestly, that's one of those plays that once you can drop that ult, the bomb side is basically hers.
There's so much utility for Viper, and I just don't see the demand for her every game. If you get into a lobby at wood 4 level and there's no Sage, teams what are you trolling? What are you doing, bro? That's understood because all across gaming we know that you need a healer, right? You just need the healer. Well, this Viper just seems absurd, and you don't see people demand a Viper. I don't get it, Taz.
I feel like people just don't know how to use Viper well. I was kind of labbing with Viper for a little bit, just trying to figure out ult, because her ult is something that's also really interesting. There are 2 sites where you can ult from A site on split. If you walk just straight into the corner where you cross from A main where there's the ramp at. If you go across there, you can ult and it'll literally stretch all the way to the site where you can be completely undetected and still plant on the site. The same thing happens if you do it on Haven when pushing the A site and you are right by where the orb is. You jump into that left corner and you do the ult, and it's just an entire line. You can have Sage even wall it off, and you can still ult while being in the Viper smoke. So Viper definitely has uses, just people don't have enough time on her yet.
That's true, and we're going to jump into game number 1 just like that. Players have gotten a little bit ready, and we have loaded in bind, baby. It's going to be NRGgg versus Envy again. These players are Rocket League pros, not necessarily our Valorant buddies, so I'm kind of excited to see this one go off. NRGgg will be starting on the blue side, and Envy will be trying to plant.
So already we've got definitely an interesting team composition here, where it looks like Envy are rocking the Brimstone, the Viper, Sage, Phoenix, and Jet. And then you look on the other end where NRGgg are sitting with Raze, looks like Cypher, Brimstone, Reyna, and Sage. So definitely we already have the team comp where you have that Raze come in place. You have Reyna getting involved as well, but they're already starting things off right on this pistol round push towards B.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting push because you can see everybody just piling into hookah. Nobody even hesitating whatsoever to push this bomb site. And you love to see it. The entry frag pick from GiantSlayerTV. I mean, these players are already ready after those long-awaited updating. I mean, we can finally see them get into action here.
Strong stuff so far. Another kill is going to leave 2 remaining on NRGg's side as they're fiercely trying to defend this B site. The kill in labs leaves nobody left, and the Viper trying to make the rotation out from elbow. I find myself craning my neck to look around these corners because you know somebody's waiting. Slow orb down there. Knows where the shots are, but can't land them.
Julian gives up his position, and Turbo will take him down, and that'll be the first round there. And that strong, aggressive push on the B side just paid off huge. That caught them off guard, and at the same time, this is the difference when you don't have a Cypher sitting on that B side. It just leads them to get these strong pushes pretty uncontested, especially in the early rounds.
Exactly, and it's those tripwires that I was talking about, really, that you want to have for Cypher on Bond. That's why he was my pick, to have a necessity of a Cypher on this map, because you have to, especially in that hookah push, you can put those on the window, and just any form of stalling that you can get where you can have somebody or that team push just slow down slightly is so crucial to, you know, having your rotations come out. A lot of plays here then can be found, I guess, for NRG, because they don't really have anything to worry about. They don't have to, you know, cross pitch look. They don't have to look for any of those trapwires whatsoever. So it's a lot easier for them just to bombard a push and take the site without hesitation.
And look at that. They take the A site there for free. There was no one there. Now everyone has to go on for a full retake. And we'll see if they can really pull it off. You see that jet there in the corner, Heaven. The Phoenix is down. That's Classics finding a pick on a Lucian. And we talked about Classics coming in. He does end up locking in that raise, and he's doing a good job so far. Another pick. A beautiful headshot there with the Sheriff. And this looks like another round here for the NRG boys.
I mean, so far, it's been a stomp. Every time they push on a site, they have had no real challenge to get that space granted, but that's a great pickup, at least for the economy here, as Furion just gonna run away from the bomb, and that's a huge victory there for NRG. Smooth taking again from the side. They just kind of rushed onto it, and I love those Brimstone smoke where he can kind of push it left of Tetris and then to the right. Then nobody has to watch Heaven. The Sage Wall came through, blocked anybody from coming through U-Haul, and it was just an easy plant to where they already had advantage of the site.
Right now, we're going to get into the third round where we finally have some guns, some interesting shots with the Sheriff in here and there. But now we've got some real action. Assault rifles on the side of both squads since they played their economy right. I was kind of expecting to see like some force buys, but not the case. Rifles mean long is the play. And we'll see Garrett just charge up here with the assault rifle, looking for people on site. Looks clear.
Now they're just playing for picks at this point, seeing where they want to go, how free the site is, and that's definitely a good pick there from Classics, taking down Atomic. Now they're going to look to see if they can get aggressive here on the site. Garrett has a camera set up, and he's going to try to clear this out, kind of blocking off CT as well. So this is going to give them a lot of control. And now, there it is. There's the push on the site.
Oh, man, this is exactly what we expected. The first pick from Classics, the player that, I mean, we think is the most valuable right now to have on a team, the guy who's put in probably the most hours into this game. He gets that first pick. Site looked clear. GiantSlayerTV puts down his trap wires, and now it's a huge retake where you can see everybody's abilities just spamming CT. They've got dominant positions. They just need to hold these tight angles. The site is pretty much there. So what a pick from Turbo.
Woo.
Wow. 3 players just marching all the way into those bullets. Turbo coming through and nailing it. You love to see it. Envy on a roll, or excuse me, NRG on a roll here. Kind of what we expected, right? You guys were talking highly about Classics. He's 6-0, and then Turbo, winners win. He's 3-0.
Yeah, Turbo's been doing a good job. You see Sizz on the Sage as well, being able to support the team, but Classics has definitely been on an interesting run here. And we talked about it coming in, but now we have Envy on the save here. Sheriff's out, as they're going to try to see if they can do anything to slow down this roll that NRG have been on.
I mean, I've been also looking at these abilities so far. It feels like there's nothing really pushed out to slow down NRG when they get on this attack. And you can see Classics using both those bombs, excuse me, to hop onto site. The satchels, I couldn't even think of the word here for a second, but just analyzing the site, and they didn't even kill anybody, but it's all good. Just the fear was there. Nobody wanted to push.
Well, it's what I take away from a play like that is just the consistency. You know, that's a lot of hours in the gym to be able to land that like double rocket jump onto the boxes. That gives you a unique perspective to be able to nail whoever's sitting in heaven or surprise players with the odd angle that are coming around that corner anyway. He continues to be aggressive, pushes in, and then winds up getting the kill. Flawless victory here for NRGgg as they lose nobody in that round, up 4-0. Envy kind of had no tools that round, so they expect to lose, and the save will give them this shot. We got 2 scouts, a couple of assault rifles, and Mist is going to go, well, kind of empty-handed. But
oh, hey, these aren't scouts. These are ops. We have a jet with an op and a sage there, one for each site. So this is definitely going to be an interesting response here from Envy to see if they can hold off NRGgg. You have the jet kind of watching Hoopah here. Oh, there's the peak. And that's going to be Illusion with 1. And that's on Sizz as well. So no sage for the round here. And is NRGgg, they're going to have to rethink things.
Coming off a round where literally everybody managed to stay alive, a team full recap where it feels like NRGgg have just been so confident with the way they push on a side, but now they're finding a little bit of a challenge. But Classics, what a sticky bomb to find it in that corner and just take out one player. This is the type of push we want to see. And Justin frags back to back. Now they've got sight and confidence, and they just have to hold these angles.
So incredibly important right there. Making sure to kill the player with the op. This has been the entire in order to be able to buy the operator, you have been saving for multiple rounds. Envy's been kind of funneling their cash into these away from these players, and just like that, you're able to take them out no problem. This was supposed to be a big round for Envy, and it's just not.
Yeah, now they got a save here. You can just see Sage, who had one of the other operators, and he's gonna sit there holding, just kind of chilling for the rest of the round. But yeah, I mean, that, like you said, big round there. We saw Atomic there with the snipe. The shots just weren't hitting, so unfortunately for him, he did fall. But also Classics, as we see him now, I mean, he had an incredible push. He's looking to ruin the day. He's gonna be able to find one. Oh no, he gets taken down. So Classics is, I think that's the first time he's died too. Got a little too greedy there. Yeah.
I mean, you can see the confidence with Classics. I mean, he's kind of just jumping around, taking this like almost like it's a pub stomp at this point, because really they have the economy to kind of push for that remaining save, try and get a kill on that op. And you can just tell that Classics, if there's gonna push a side, it's gonna be Classics and Justin who are leading the charge. Both these characters really, you know, we've got Reyna and Raze, who, like we saw earlier with Classics Nade, it's plays like that can help push onto a site. You can cause a lot of chaos, force players out of that position, and then right away, Turbo, the insta headshot on Illusion.
Oh my god, they were both flashed too, because you had the Reyna orb and you had the flash.
Oh!
Classics!
What?
Classics just says he doesn't care. Blast pack in. He's looking for some more kills. He's going to try to go to CT, see if he can get something there. And he does. No, he gets taken down from Mist. But Mist is in a 1v2 situation. No spike planted, but it doesn't matter. Justin will clean it up, and that'll be around for NRGgg.
I mean, I'm thinking back to that back-to-back satchel jump on Classics, and that was a difficult situation because you saw the Sage actually had the op. So if you didn't get that first shot in, it was over for him. The reload speed was too long. He couldn't take out his pistol. As long as he didn't hit that first shot, Classics had that kill instantly. So I feel like the awareness to know that the op was on the left side to come in such a odd and peculiar way was so smart of Classics, and it's that entry fragger that we expected from him. He is time and time again exceeding our expectations.
That's a big thing. That's a big thing. I want to highlight what you just said about the odd and peculiar way. When we look at tactical shooters, there are games about memorization, and there are games about holding angles. And when you come in like a bat out of hell like this, you ruin players' not rhythm. Yeah. Rhythm is what we look at when we look at Rocket League. You ruin players' expectations. And when you come in off of this very fast or like I said, an odd angle, watching players elevate themselves, that can throw a curveball to the opposition. Spike down.
Wait, what is this? You see 3 members of Envy pushing from the backside, and Garrett gets a nice snipe on Illusion. Does he know there's Atomic there with a snipe on Justin? They have information on the Reyna, but Sage is coming through as well. Has Brimstone behind. Has the full heal. That 40% usage there coming through F-Dot as they're still trying to look for this retake, and At this point, a 3v4 situation. They have their angles locked down, but we need to see them create a play. Here's Atomic with the snipe. He's peeking. He's looking for something. He sees two. He'll take that any day.
I mean, you turn the corner, you see the whole site. I mean, there's nothing you can really do too much there, but he didn't even peek with the scoped in. There's not much expectation so far. It feels like every single retake so far has just been one by one, each player deciding not to peek with their teammates. They're not even utilizing each other.
That's the key here. When you're looking for these, double peek is a phrase you're going to hear a lot if you invest time into Valorant or any other tech shooter. The idea is that if you peek around a corner, somebody can just shoot you. But if two people peek behind a corner, only one of you gets shot, and theoretically you make the trade out. There were two players in that corridor approaching the site. If both players go at the exact same time, maybe they both die because there were actually three people sitting and waiting for them. But that's besides the point. You can absolutely improve a little bit there. The push onto Hookah here from the attackers. It's a 1-to-1 trade. 3 down on the side of the blue.
I mean, you have to try and slow down this push that NRG have been so dominant with. They just storm the site. Are patient right now as they're trying to get this kill and teleporter. They know somebody's just waiting in there. And I love the patience here. We don't see everybody just rush on a site. They know how important that pick is. The stage wall goes up, and now they've got time to take it.
There's Brimstone missed. We'll get a kill on the Sage. Again, slowing down that push. Another kill on Garrett. That's going to be the spike as well.
I have the spike.
As Justin. Oh, he's going to need to clutch up big. Turbo goes down. Justin last alive. He does get a pick on Miss. Now it's the Sage and the teleporter. Has to get out of there quickly as Justin is planning the spike, and it's a 1v1 situation.
I mean, huge plays from Mist as he got that 3K. We're trying to see really who's going to have the advantage here. We've got one pushing from Hookah, and this is where you can see the person, especially with the plant, has a lot of versatility here. You can either choose to walk around, be stealthy. He has the advantage of absolute stealth. As you can see, pushing in from Hookah. Let's see where he's going to peek first. And it's over just like that. He had to check every single corner. There's not too much. And I love that play from Justin to wrap around.
Huge play there. It's just the obfuscation of the information. If the player knew where he was sitting, then he moves to the different spot, like you said, covertly, behind the scenes. Being able to move like that is how you're going to be able to successfully defend these spots. Round 9, folks. 8 of them so far belong to NRGgg. Yeah.
It's what we expected. It really is what we expected, especially with Classics being the entry picker. But GiantSlayerTV on the op, he has been such a force to be dealt with.
Yes, there hasn't really been too much of an answer for Garrett. He picks up another kill with Mist, and now I believe they only have one left. NRG have completely taken the side. Viper's coming through from showers. Garrett trying to check really quick. Doesn't go right across the wall.
Oh!
No scope headshot on Ferrain.
Oh no!
It's dirty. It's dirty.
I don't know how family broadcast this is, but Leaf's got a catchphrase. Energy and Envy here. I see some members in the chat asking for the brooms. So I'm going to ask you guys, is there a chance? Look, economy is good right now for Envy, and realistically, the 9-round comeback, that has happened many times. These games are momentum based. Do we 100%. See a round for Envy Turtle?
I mean, I believe here we can see Mist pop off again. I think their only chance or their only opportunity was when he got that three-piece kill. I think that if he can just hold the site, stop this push a little bit slower, as Brimstone, if you pay attention on defense, he has everything that they need so far with the aim to stop this Hookah push. And Sizz is going to get the first kill on Atomic. They're pushing through Hookah. It's all about the performance here in CT from Envy.
Gun control have been strong so far. Shots out down to L. Nobody really knows where the players are. They're somewhere in labs. All the fireworks going off on the site, and the push finally coming out from NRGgg.
Yeah, he's all there, sitting on elbow. He's trying to get some support coming through. Meanwhile, Sizz, he's just going to wall that off, trying to go for a point here. We'll see if he can pull it out. They have coverage, though, of CT. So now it's just about figuring out when's the right time. The smokes come down. The bomb or the spike is being planted here. So now it's Envy again with another retake. 3v2 situation. And as I say that, it's now a 2v2 with that kill from Turbo.
If you pay attention here, it was a much slower push as well. I mean, you pay attention to both those ults. We saw the Brimstone ults come out, and this is what gave the advantage a lot to NRG with that slower plan here.
Big hit gets one. Can he get two? No, he goes down, and that'll be missed. Going for the defuse. He'll have enough time to do it, and we actually have Envy winning a round.
That's what I was asking for. Mix. I knew he'd pop off. I knew he'd pop off. This man, he is the saving grace for Team Envy. If they want to have a chance, they deny the double digits from NRG to come out here. There's a chance here, F. I believe if Mist can continuously pop off, they've got a chance.
I agree, man. Hey, we've got the script, right? We led that way
100%.
too well.
100%. It's time. It is time.
Let's see how it works out. Sunny's been helping out as well, but Mist is the only one close to positive, and he's just net neutral at 7-7. Of course, a slew of assists to his name as well. Looks like the offensive push from NRG still going to be spread. Looking for picks in mid, but they find a pick approaching Hookah, but it's a trade out. Justin goes down after taking down one from Envy 4-on-4.
And you can see right now 2 pushing showers, and Sizz is trying to check the flank. Garrett does pick up a kill on Zol, taking him down as they look to see how clear A side is. Meanwhile, Envy spread out here. You have the Phoenix rotating back. Viper looking for the flank, but he's going to run into Classics here really soon, and Classics will get another kill there. Now it's about whether or not they can hold off here on the A push, but a 2v4 situation, and how NRG have been looking, it's been pretty much the NRG show. Missile pick up, get traded out from Classics, and that will be a Gucci going down from Garrett G. And I mean, at this point, it's 10-1.
I mean, I was a little bit more hopeful there. I mean, we saw a slower push out from NRG. I thought maybe Envy would have a chance at holding that site, but once they got that first trade off at mid, I believe, whenever they were trying to push out to B from Justin, I mean, Classics just took it in his own hands, really, with that first pick.
Well, I love how NRG played that, because what happened was they were playing into the mental side of it. Envy wins the round. They're hyped, right? They're yelling in their Discord. All right, boys. And NRG's like, let them make a mistake. Let them rush us. They're excited. They're adrenaline, no doubt. And they walk into the crosshairs. Easy peasy. Well played by NRG and Classics. Ooh, shot by Atomic.
These satchel jumps from Classics have been so fun to watch. Every time you hear him use his ult, you know he's coming in with both those satchels back to back, jumping as far as he can. Like we talked about earlier, that element of surprise to catch him off guard. But so far, we only got Atomic here on B as his teammates begin to rotate. He's got his ops looking at Hookah, but where are they going to push? NRG seem to be backing off just a little bit.
He's trying to boost himself up. He can't get the boost going. Meanwhile, NRG, they say, you know, B side looks a little crowded, but A side is looking.
Oh man, it's free.
As they are walking in and they are set up, the spike is going to go down, and we are going to end up having to see a retake here. But look, 2 Sage revives. It's a full 5-on-5, and just like that, everyone's going down. Turns into a 2v4 situation very quickly. Illusion on the flank. Does he know? No, he is spotted from the Cypher. Oh, does he have a He takes down Sizz. Sizz didn't see him. So now Illusion trying to make a play here.
Grabs the gun. Trying to push into the site. One-man army won't be enough. The attackers go ahead and take it. You know, I want to ask you guys something. We saw the drop of the stim beacon. Real talk. Does anybody ever care about the drop of the stim beacon?
I like the stim beacons. I think they're valuable when you can push them in, when you know everybody's just gonna really bum rush a site. I think stim beacon is a great element to really add to that push. If you're trying to overwhelm the defense, I think that's what it's all about.
Yeah, stim beacon definitely comes in clutch multiple times.
Okay.
Not if you're being sneaky though, because obviously it's gonna give away your position. But the fact that, you know, Reyna's ultimate is on a similar level of like the stim beacon in terms of what it does to like your gun's rate of fire, like that's actually a pretty decent effect, because you push out more bullets without really having to compensate for recoil until like later on in the spray. So it actually helps out a lot.
All right, I'll hold that L. Teleport rush from the defenders, but Envy all the way in here. 5 players in the showers, but it's not that clean. Turbo gets 1, Turbo gets 2 with the
baby.
Excuse me, the ghost. And the bomb on the way to be planted.
Spike planted.
Spike down here, as you can see the setup from Envy. They're trying to get things on the right foot on attack, but there's Classics. They need an answer for him. He's gonna stay in heaven looking for some plays. There's the push in. Turbo picks up one. Miss looking for some shots, but GiantSlayerTV takes him down. And just like that, NRG get the retake. No one's dead, and they put this on match.
Man, these pistol rounds are supposed to be a reset, but it's anything but for Envy, huh, Turtle?
Oh, 100%. We haven't seen really any shifts so far. I mean, I like Mist. Mist has been, I've been impressed with this man, okay? He is my go-to still to this round. But I mean, to that point, I think Envy, I like what they were doing. They were trying to push out all through bathrooms, but I personally am not a big fan of just everybody rushing out of bathrooms, especially when that smoke came down. You saw Turbo get that first pick. I mean, it's over at that point.
Yeah, I hate it. I get the mentality, right? Pistol round, you overflood them with numbers.
Yeah.
The defense has to spread out, and so you're going to have a 5-on mismatch. But here, you bring up scouts. They don't shoot that fast. Four players down here, and only one alive on the red team. Terrain with the big rotation, Daz. We'll see if he lives.
They pull out with Ares. He won't live. He goes down, and Turbo will close out map number 1. And that bind, I think, is something that Envy wants to forget very soon.
I got to agree there. NRGgg take this one 13-1. I mean, what I can say here for Envy is that they got one.
You need a cipher. You need a cipher.
You need a cipher. Okay.
You need a cipher. Okay. I don't think it's going to solve everything because at this point, it feels a little bit like a bit of an aiming thing because I feel like Classics, you can't stop him. GiantSlayerTV on the op has been insane. And then Justin on Reyna has been definitely annoying, to say the least. So I think it's really how you get those first picks. You are denied so much with that first entry frag. You cannot stop them.
So I think you got to turn it around then. I think if I'm coaching Envy right now,
okay,
right, I'm like, listen, NRGgg, they're bigger and stronger than you, right? So how do you beat a boxer that's going to outrange you, right? You got to outsmart them, and you got to go. We can deny what NRGgg have been beating us. So you mentioned they've just been out shooting us. So let's go from the obfuscation. Let's bring a Reyna that shuts down their vision, right? Let's bring more smoke characters, maybe an Omen that can flank them from behind. These are the things that you can change here, Daz. I mean, where's your brain at for Envy?
Yeah, definitely in terms of what the types of operators you're using here are definitely very important. We haven't really seen too much ability control come out from Envy at all. If anything, we've seen, obviously their top fraggers, which were Mist and Zol on Brimstone and Sage. Those guys were coming in pretty clutch at times, but they can only do so much. When you have, that Viper for that zone control, having those walls set up and making one-way walls is huge, but it just didn't seem like they were able to get comfortable at all, especially once NRGgg got rolling. And NRGgg, they just took the momentum forward, and they executed sites really well. So
yeah,
they definitely have to work on just stopping that type of execution overall.
I mean, even just comparing the game plan, I mean, we saw a lot of times on offense with Envy, you'd see them push a site whenever they were attacking. They just all rushed out of bathrooms. A really easy pick chance for Turbo, where he did just manage to get 1 or 2 players cut off. And then, you compare that to the push that we saw from NRGgg, where they smoked both sides of Tetris. They walled off, I believe it was the elbow there, and then you can see somebody's also pushing through bathroom, somebody's pushing through a short. It's versatile with what they're going for, and I think that's the difference between both of these teams. It's the layered of attacking versus just a simple every man push for themselves.
I feel that multi-layers to this strategy, and there's multi-layers to the broadcast. We've got at least one more game coming your way. NRGgg versus Envy. Rocket League plays Valorant after this. And just like that, we're back. Spike Rush here on GiantSlayerTV. It's your boy F. Dot, joined here by Dazarin and Turtle. NRGgg versus Envy, the Rocket League teams. They're going head-to-head, and they're playing Valorant. That's what's going on today. NRGgg took game number 1, and well, they just didn't. Haven is our next map, and if all things go the way game 1 went, we won't see a cent. But an interesting one. Let's break it down as best as we can, Turtle. What did you see there from Envy? Let's start with the good news. What was positive for Envy, if anything?
For Envy, I was liking the rotations. I liked it was a little bit early. I think sometimes they over rotated, but I think the communication was there. I thought that whenever we would see a bomb or a site rush from somebody from NRG, we'd quickly see a lot of rotations from different angles. But the problem was that nobody was really stopping them whenever they came in. So the rotations, while they were at least quick and speedy, it really wasn't effective because they were already at such a huge disadvantage because the site was just owned by NRG.
Across the side, like you said, I mean, NRG just kind of ran things, Daz. Yeah. How did they do such a thing?
Well, one of the things was individually, like as its own topic, classics, right? Classics
oh yeah,
just popped off.
The satchels.
You saw the satchel jumps from Raze. I mean, he was bouncing all over the place. They couldn't snipe him. If he had the rocket launcher out, he just was all over the place, just again exploding up the entire scene. And then even when on the ground, they just couldn't outshoot him as well. So definitely has been a big factor in their success, has been classics playing on the roster. That being said, though, the execution has been really well for NRG. When they push onto a site, it's cleared out well. They make sure to smoke everything out. They can even pull off fakes really well. I remember they caught Envy on a complete B fake, and it took the entire A side and got a whole plant down, and it had to do a 5v5 retake. So NRG, just great execution and great gunplay, especially coming out from classics.
We talked a little bit about before the break about what went down in game number 1. And like we said, it was just really rough for Envy to kind of just tussle at the end of the day. So I started pointing to agents that have a little bit more obfuscation, right? Looking more for the smokes, looking more for Reyna with that I don't know, the shroud, if you will, right? And I tossed some weird stuff out there, like maybe some omens or whatnot. Where are you feeling here, Turtle? Do you want to see a change up on the agents, or am I crazy? Do you just want to see different approaches?
Oh man, I would like to see a big change up. I think that whenever it comes to outperforming a lot of the players, you really just have to go for full team support here if you're Envy. But I'm excited to get into these games. These are going to be hopefully a big step up from Envy.
Map number 2 on the way. NRGgg and Envy here, and this one's going to be Haven. So we've got three spike plant spots here. You've got C, which is a little bit more long range. I expect to see that once players get a little bit more artillery alongside them. B, right up the middle, people are going to be contending for that window spot. And then A down there, that's usually where we see these pistol rounds. There is a long avenue, but you can kind of go through multiple approaches there. So we'll see how those first one starts off, Daz, and see if it goes in the way of game number 1.
So now pistol round starting out here, and NRG decide they don't need a Sage here.
Yeah.
Listening to F Dot, and they think that they'll be fine without it. Meanwhile, Justin will get taken down from Atomic off an early push. Turbo will catch out Illusion there with the shock arrow, and you can see Envy here going for the rotate. They're looking for that A push, but do they know that the Cypher's there? The Cypher comes in and try to pull things down, and next thing you know, it just looks like Envy are trying to regroup. Meanwhile, NRG are taking this time to rotate in and take control of the site.
A side's going to be kind of planted on here. Not spike planted, mind you, but the feet will be planted. Long A seems to be the approach for Team Envy. They're trying to make their way right up on here. There's the tripwire spotted out. That'll be the Cypher from NRGgg, and it's shot down, and everybody knows about it. So Envy's got to be careful here, Daz, because NRGgg know what they're planning, and one down already.
I love the patience from GiantSlayerTV there. He saw that the trapwire had been destroyed. Fury was taking the slow route, but then GiantSlayerTV back-to-back picks there from A short. He's unstoppable. Missed a huge one-tap there on the window, and now we've got a little bit of an even game here. Envy looking great.
Jared takes down Zol, and Sizz off of the flank there. No, Sizz just winning against Miss to give that first round here to NRG. They hold firm on the defense, but that being said, although Envy, the push didn't work out the way they expected it to, still showing signs of improvement from game 1.
Yeah, I mean, the aiming was a lot better as well. I mean, we saw a lot of those picks where you instantly throw yourself around a corner. You could see that get that first shot off from Envy. I like to see that. I mean, we only saw Atomic and Miss really come out here with 1 kill each to their name, but it's more promising.
Miss was the guy that you were talking about in game number 1, Turtle. Real strong stuff from him, but for now, Envy going to go fast. They're going to go right up the middle.
Oh.
Justin's going to actually get his kill this time around. The flash is good, blinds, but doesn't make it outside of Garage. And Sunny with a kill at double doors, and it's 3-2.
Again, Envy looking for the push, but look at Garrett on the flank. Zol, he's surrounded. There's no way he's getting out of that one. Turbo will get credit for the kill, but the rotation here from NRG works out so well. They know that they have a Cypher, so there's no traps in there on the back line. The most they can do is use Sage to wall off the flank. So GiantSlayerTV just has a clean push, and he takes it and makes a huge play for NRG. Now, looking at Envy, they have to go back to the drawing board here.
I mean, to me, it felt really like that was just a majority of intel for NRG. They knew that the push was coming out to B mid. They got that first pick from Justin with the nade as well coming in from Classics. It was a huge bombardment, and you can't really do much if you're Envy, and you see a lot of those picks come out. I think early maybe rotate out, but other than that, there's nothing you can do. And Classics, insane.
Classics picking up 3 here, completely destroying a majority of the Envy push, and now it's up to 2. Miss and Zol. Miss gets spotted, and Garrett will Justin will clean him up. He'll pick up 2 as well. And it was just Justin and Classics completely taking down Envy on that A push. There was nothing they could do.
Not at all. It's the full house from NRGgg here. 3 for Classics, 2 for Justin. And Envy here, listen, round 1, you go for it. It doesn't work out in your favor. Round 2 is kind of a throwaway. Round 3 is where you got to start and come on back. And unfortunately, that didn't really happen there, Turtle.
And you think there's a chance here, but Classics actually has his ult ready. Let's see if he's going to go back-to-back satchel plays again. Let's see if he can get that jump from the satchel, get some kind of early rocket launcher kill. You can see he might be going for it here. as we see an early push off. This is the chance, and he gets one pick. Atomic there goes down to the rocket launcher. Classic still moving in, gets four of them. He's unstoppable at this point.
That's why you practice your spray patterns, kids. You could talk about 2 tabs all day. That's what I do. But you got to learn how to control those sprays. Classics is able to get 4 picks just like that by holding the button down and playing correctly. You just love to see it. You just love to see it.
And Jason Class popping off, already 8 kills in the first 4 rounds, and he has been shutting Envy down. Again, we talked about it coming into this game that he is just a huge factor for NRG long. Look, he's reading the push here, coming on the C site, already in position as he's trying to stop Miss using the Phoenix ult. Miss will still survive, but that ult doesn't get into here.
Here's that C push that I was talking about. Once players get a couple of more guns, specifically the sniper rifle, we'll see teams look for the C push. Easily flanked, though. That's why you see a couple of turnarounds there. 2 players still looking for the C, and there's that coming out from Phoenix. And all the information in the world is given to NRG. They know where everybody on Envy is.
There's G takes out 2 on the flank, and now it looks like it's just going to be Zol in the cubby by himself. He's going to go down. Classics will pick up the kill. And what started off as an aggressive Envy push led to them being trapped as they couldn't get out of C-Long.
I mean, there's just too much intel. At that moment, we knew that everybody on the side of Envy was pushing out C-Long. They got stopped by Classics, who had his bomb buddy. Mist went down to that big play here and shot from, I think it was Turbo Pulsa on the Marshall. I mean, huge plays. Like we said, the out accuracy, out aiming everybody on Team Envy. So you got to bait it out. I think you just really got to alternate what you're going for. Maybe try and give some intel away to NRG, but then instantly rotate out. Maybe go for a B push. It's going to be difficult, but I think Envy, you just can't out frag them.
Yeah, it's gonna be an uphill battle for Envy. This one likely to be another throwaway round as it's a full eco. A couple of sheriffs, but really,
oh my goodness,
all pistolas. And
6
Classics
HP.
doesn't mind.
6 HP, and he's just still tapping heads. Him and Garrett are just a combo that it doesn't seem like Envy have an answer for at all. And look at that miss. He's trying to hide, but he's spotted. Turbo picks up a couple of kills. And at this point, you know, you see Envy, they're going for these pushes where they all stack up and they attack one site. And it leads to them being trapped because they don't necessarily have that utility to get them on site properly. I mean, they have the brimstone smoke, but the aggressiveness and the confidence from NRG is they push before Brim can even get set up on the site, causing them to have to rethink their plan. They have another gun round here. It's going to be a big one as they're down 6-0.
And now we see, I mean, Classics, he's got his ult again. Let's see if he's going to use it, be more aggressive, or is he going to take a little bit more? Oh, he's just going right away with the rocket into the window. You can't stop this man when he has his ult. There's nothing you can do about it. He is not even passive at all with it.
The predictability. You've been doing it too much.
Goodness.
Gone. Defenders, I mean.
He's just rolling on him.
Are they really defending at this point? I just don't think they're defending at this point. They're the ones pushing forward to the point where you see Envy, they're in their spawn. This is a gun round. They're in their spawn and they can't move. One wrong spot and they're trapped in a corner. Classic sitting with 15 kills. The economy they're saving. The Spectres are coming out here for Envy. But NRG, it's looking like this one again. Going to be another rush here for A-side for Envy, and I just don't think that
and Classics is right there. Classics is right there, ready for this push. Gets one tap on the Mist. A great player to take down here as the trade comes out. Now it's a 4v4 push onto A.
Oh, the smokes. All right, smoked heaven, smoked site. Players coming in from that underground spot and the alternative angle as well. One goes down with gunplay, but Illusion able to keep his team awake here, finding one. 3 players from NRG still standing, while Envy trying to make something happen. Justin says no way. The spike goes down for once, but Justin says no way, and he says it again. There's the defuse, and that's round number 8.
and he just held it down so strongly thanks to a lot of Turbo's recon there. You can see he flew his drone in. Justin there also peeked with it. So it's great to see that there's plays that are getting elemented with that recon drone, because you can peek with it. Somebody has to make a decision. It's almost like you were talking about it earlier, F. Where you can double peek, but you can also double peek with that drone. And it's basically the same strategy, because at the end of the day, you have to pick which one you want to go for. Sometimes it can be a bait out. That's what gave Justin a lot of the intel. He just continued to push forward. And then we think back earlier as well, Classics being aggressive, got that first touch, or that first kill, excuse me, on miss. So a lot of these pushes just getting denied right away.
Imagine if that drone from Sova is combined with the Reyna orb, and you just have a drone that has full vision and you can't see it. That's about 3 different targets. And speaking of targets, it's looking like NRG are playing target practice. Classics gets another kill. He's gonna throw the Razor grenade. Up there it is. There's the satchel coming through, and he tried to get the pistol kill. Furain wasn't having it. He'll shut him down, but with a 1v2 situation, he's gonna have to come up with something here, because they have this kind of, they know that he's boxed in here. Sizz is watching long as he's slowly creeping down. He throws the molly from Phoenix, and he's getting closer. It's gonna be a close trade, maybe. They have the spike, and oh my goodness, the flash comes out. That was the craziest aim ever, Sizz, but you managed to get the kill. I mean, he did the circle. I thought he was using a controller for a moment. We see that in beginning Halo plays where, you know, they get scared and they draw a circle with their thumbstick. That I was a little concerned for Sizz. You threw the flash. You gotta get the shot.
I mean, he had the confidence to go Phoenix instead of Sage too. You'd expect he'd, show up with some aim here, but he's really just, like you said, just drawing circles at this point.
Working out so far, because the only circle I see is on TNT.
Furain had that peek. He got the early pick, and then Classics again. Classics always has his ult. Always fires it into the spawn. When does this man not have his ult?
Another kill from Classics. He's looking for the ace. Can he get it? Oh no! Justin will pick up a kill on miss, denying the ace from Classics, but he'll take the 4-piece any day, as NRG don't give Envy any room on Haven.
Guys, I need to remind y'all, this is a really fun broadcast. We're taking our Rocket League teams and having them play some Valorant. Classics, though, is actively looking for a Valorant team. I'm just putting it out there. I'm just saying.
And it speaks for itself. It speaks for it. This man is double satcheling, bouncing all over the maps. And the crazy thing is that you have to know that Classics is going to push at this point. He's done it every round, and he's still out fragging and winning these trades.
Flashes come through in mid, and the shots are ready. Classics again, this time passive, but still doesn't let anybody pass. 4 players as the trade happens. Sova ult looking to clear out C, but nobody with the spike. Envy's just been repeatedly pushed on, Daz, and they're playing back now.
Yeah, this is actually a smarter play, though, for Envy, not being aggressive, playing for picks. Although the ult is seemingly wasted, it does cause like a little bit of rotations here. That being said, the wall bang from Classics on Atomic, he takes him out and he's looking for more, but he's just wasting ammo at this point. But still, now turns into a 3v4 situation, and you can see NRG are starting to spread things evenly. They have pretty much almost every lane covered here. Envy, 45 seconds on the clock as they are thinking of going A. It would probably be best case scenario. GiantSlayerTV is holding site by themselves, but it's all about the execution as time's ticking down.
They got to make a move. They've got to make a move. 30 seconds left on the clock. It is going to be A. Cypher's here. He's the only one here, though. So the arrow goes out. Doesn't spot Cypher. Cypher, on the other hand, has the info. Doesn't matter. He eats a bullet for his trouble. Rotation coming out from NRGgg. Spike not planted. Headshot 1 for Illusion. He gets traded out. Justin grabs not 1 but 2 players. And the 3rd. That's the end of that one. We're 1 away from 12.
Justin so clutch in these dire moments where he has to retake site, get a couple of trades here, and he always does it with crucial execution. I mean, every single time he's confident with his peaks. Whenever he turns the corner, he knows who these players are. He's got every single headshot in his sight. And I mean, this man has just been clutch. I mean, we talk about Classics so much, but I think Justin, he's been doing a great job of filling that void because Classics, he's been aggressive, he's been pushing. Eventually, he's gonna die for being kind of whacking all over the place. So Justin is here to pick up the pieces. Yeah.
He's been over aggressive is the term we use in esports, right?
Without a doubt. I was a little bit scared because, you know, it's working for him. So, I mean, do we even call him out? And he's got his ult again. He still gets it. This man, every time with the rocket. I don't understand what to do.
I mean, at this point, he's just auditioning for the dunk contest, right?
Oh, my gosh. It doesn't stop. He gets his ult it feels like 3 rounds.
And that, you know, it's really interesting too because I believe the reset or like the, you know, the parameters for it is what, like, I want to say 6 kills, and he picks up kills at least probably 3 a round, right? So he's grabbing those back. If he's defusing spike or if he's taking those ultimate orbs, I mean, he could almost, you know, seemingly make it make sense to where he gets his ult every 2 rounds from the way he's been playing. It's just constant execution from him.
And what I love to see too is that he's very over aggressive, like you said, F-Dot, with his ult, and he doesn't have any fear with using it. I feel like a lot of times whenever you're playing any team in Valorant, or you're at least trying to push aside, a lot of people will kind of shy away from using their ult right away, but these guys, especially Classics, he doesn't care. As soon as he gets it, he's popping it and he's pushing it sight.
Is this a full shorty push right now?
Oh,
yeah, no. three separate shorties.
No. If this works, I don't even know what to say at this point.
They're pushing on for they're trying to close this out with a full shorty push. Look at Justin. Is he going to be able to pick up more? Classics gets the kill. Justin's trying to hold on.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man. 2 barrels, 2 kills. Just like that.
Dead in this situation. Oh my gosh.
Where is she? Where's the Jet?
There she is.
That's it.
That's it.
I feel like it was like one flash and this game is over. One Classics ult and it's all done. That's all it takes. One ult from this man, one rocket, and everybody's dead. I love it.
Simple. Just simple. I mean, he came out, he came, he saw and conquered. Great stuff. Assisted by Justin as well. Justin only had 3 deaths that entire round, that entire match. So you'll love to see it. 13-1 for NRGgg on Bind, 13-0 on Haven. I mean,
not even one.
Yeah, it speaks for itself, Tazrin.
Yeah, it does speak for itself. I mean, what else can I say? It was just a constant raise, ult, blast pack, and paint shell match with the showstopper coming in, and then if he failed to do it, there you have Justin that's coming through, and he was definitely using Reyna to the fullest of their ability. And at the same time, you had GiantSlayerTV who was picking up kills. Like, those 3 were just consistently executing, and the rest of it wasn't to say anything less so. And Sizz and Turbo, they were playing consistent as well. They were just the guys who would just make the rounds last 2 seconds. Like, you're playing offense, and you're really just playing defense because they're pushing.
There's no roles.
You out.
I mean, to that point, Daz, like you're talking about the other guys that didn't wind up, you know, Justin and Classics are the ones with their names in lights. This is a communication game, right? And even if you're sitting there holding C long, doing absolutely nothing for 6 rounds in a row, your presence there is deterrent, blah, 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 blah. This is a team game. And so we saw a little bit of LeBron action. I'm not going to lie. This guy came out and jumped over a whole dude. That's what happened in this NRGgg matchup for sure. But, you know, it's the whole squad. So I want to thank Envy for coming out. This was a lot of fun. You know, getting absolutely destroyed in a different game.
Killed by rockets every round. You know, just the casual destruction from Classics.
Oh, man. My man Classics also came into the chat after the games and said, smile. That's it.
Oh, no. That's worse than trash talk. I don't even want to hear that. If I lose, I don't want to see a smile. I want to see you talking so much smack. That's tough. That's tough.
That means that NRGgg is going to be moving on into our finals. We've got NRGgg on our B stream. We've got another matchup going head to head, and so they'll be. I'm not sure if it's done. I'm sure I'll get piped some information in just a second. But that was Soniqs and Cloud9, and they just finished game 1. So Soniqs and Cloud9, again, the Rocket League teams, their victor will go head-to-head versus NRGgg. And that's a tall task.
Yeah.
It's a little tough. It's a little tough. I mean, I think that if you can hold off Classics' ult for a little bit, then you're set. But I did like what I saw from Turbo and Garrett. I think that, we talk a lot about Justin and Classics. Turbo and Garrett, they had so much intel and so much info that whenever they knew a push was coming, that's when you could see Classics and Justin be aggressive and get in the faces. So I think everybody, and then Sizz, swapping from Sage to Phoenix, that speaks volumes for how confident they're feeling. So I think that they got this matchup in the bag.
Watching the offensive pushes were definitely exciting, and that's where you can always tell where the team is at when you see all 5 characters, their utility being used in different spots. That means even if they aren't the players with the top kills, they're absolutely contributing. So good stuff here from NRGgg. 13's lucky here for them. They take 2 of them, and they're going to walk on to the finals. Dazzrin and Turtle, thank you for chilling. I appreciate you guys. It's been dope. We're going to head to break. After this, we'll come back with the finals. We'll be right back.
seems like maybe Dino's got a whiff of this going to C. He's going to come around C-Link into the spawn side, and he might just catch a Gimmick waiting, looking towards Garage. He's going to look in the back there. He spots Reyna on the backside. Tit's taken out with a one-tap through the wall, nonetheless, and he's going to get the plant down. Shock is all the way over on the A side, has to come through. 1v2 situation, but he's got a lot of work to do.
I don't know if he's got enough on the ability base either. Only 2 pieces to use. We'll move up. Try and find something out of the main entrance. We'll tap through, put a molly back to the back lines, but instant eyes come out. Get some damage, but not much else against the Cloud9 side. The burst through, and Gimmick should shut him down as easy as that. So Cloud9 will have themselves a nice second to once again re-up and get to evens on the standings board here. And that might throw the economy game a little bit off for the Sonic side. I actually say that, and they're going to get double up out here. Rifles should also follow suit. Actually, there's a lot more money than I expected, actually. So, you know, maybe my economy read was just not quite as good here on this game as it is at CS. But alas, the rifles will be out for everybody. And Cloud9 might actually have the more weakened economy by comparison.
Yeah, double up setup actually is more common in Haven because they have C long and the B window. 2 spots that you really want to watch. And here's Shock looking down A long. Oh, spot somebody running into sewers. Doesn't pull the trigger, but Mookie actually gets one in the B window. That's going to be Chicago down. She actually takes out Shock on the off. Get off if he chooses to pick it up, but he's just going to use the scout for some information on the A side. Hits the tripwire. So they know he's there. At least Moopy does. He's going to confront this 1v2 situation with the op. He doesn't really have to peek this aggressively. This could be a post-plant play there. They have the player's advantage, so they're going to let it come down. Zero rate the positioning.
It does force them back for a moment. Squishy does go down, though, so it's all going to be left to the Rays. A lot of work to be done here in a 1-on-2 situation. The spike plant has come through. Where's the passive positions? Going to be pressing in from main. It's going to be a smoke out as well. Trying to deny anything. Gimmic's going to get ahead of it. 3 players line up. Spray on the first and gets the second. 3 kills for Gimmick and a brilliant third for Cloud9. What a clutch.
That was big brain positioning from Gimmick. Instead of walking behind the cubby on A long, he actually just scooted really close to that near wall as the just hiding out from the smoke. They assumed he was going to be smoked off from that brim, but he just walked forward as they tried to defuse the bomb and just took out both of them. Standing with their pants down, they were looking on the far side and they had no idea he was on the near side, so just really nice clutch there from Gimmick.
Cloud9. Major advantages that could throw things out a little bit here for the Sonic squad. A bit of an investment, but coming out with rifles in this one. Dino opening things up with a kill on Gimmick and a kind of aggression that doesn't work out well for them. Stalling them out of the mid position one more time here. Sonics are not going to go much further here. Just the standard flashes, standard blasts come out. Standard barrier orbs and everything, going to hold on to a little bit. Squishy does get a trade in the end. AJ does force the kill on Shock next. Holding out, here comes a trade, and all in all, Cloud9 do win out the advantage. Dapper left alone, gets himself a double kill. This could still work out for him, a 1 versus 1. The Cyber Cage goes up, he tries to deny anything on the spike plant position. It's all a 1v1 now. Moving in very different positions in the map here, but seems like it may just come down to the side entrance.
Holding the op in this situation is, yeah, I would definitely pick up that rifle as well, especially if you're in this one. Actually, Cypher, I don't think there's any top on, but did he see the top of his head? I don't know if Dapper did. Dapper playing the back of the bomb site. Gonna peek on his camera a little bit more. Oh, he definitely sees the brim of the hat. Yep, he's gonna try to tag him there. He definitely knows he's there. He saw the camera, picks up the spike. He's got 20 seconds. Definitely could this to A or C if he decides to, but he's gonna walk right in. Dapper's actually looking the wrong direction. He's hiding right behind. Look what? Oh, yes, he does. Dapper gets taken down. Chicago on the clutch and the spike as well for the economy. Nice job, Chicago.
Nicely done there on that clutch position. Could have gone 1 or 2 different ways. It all came down to timing in that 1v1. In the end, it is Cloud9 with the overall victory here, as Gimmick has taken the top frag position here. 8 frags in just 6 rounds. And Squishy a bit too far behind him, and 5 frags to his name. Certainly the MVP of that last game. I wonder if his teammate may just go ahead and overtake him in this context. But Got to find out in round number 7. Cloud9 going quickly into that mid position. I think they suspect the buy may be a little bit low against the Sonic side. Going to try and rush them out with just sheer firepower. Seeing Squishy look for some information. He's got the drone out. Trying that mid position, hoping to catch somebody in window. We'll see one. We'll bait out that AWP shot. So now he knows that there's some contact and a little bit of weaponry for the Sonics to work with.
Using the Al drone into garage is one of my favorite plays as Sova, because if you do tag somebody in there, you're walling through the doors. So it seems like that's what they were trying to work for there. And another judge kill for Spuda as he's hanging out right outside of garage. Takes down Squishy as he tries to enter onto the C site. Here's Dino holding with the Sheriff. Oh, he's going to get taken out actually for all the way from the spawn. They have pushed really deep into that site. Now it's going to be Spuda left alone. He's pinched by about 4 different players. Oh, shot coming in the backside. One taps AJ through the wall. Spike goes down onto B site. 2v3 situation, but it's pistols versus rifles, and I don't see Sonics coming back into this.
Spuda does get us a rifle to work with. He is low. It's the key thing to remember from here is obviously the duels can go better for Cloud9. Going to try and stop as much as they can as they burst in now. Shot got to do the heavy lifting, and Fireburn is just going to shut him out immediately from this entrance. It all leaves it to Spuda. What a turnaround from Fire. 3 kills to his name, and that will leave the attacking force at a 3-round lead now. Cloud9. I mean, admittedly, it is a bit of a a confident situation in that 1v in that 180, just due to the fact that it was so low HP.
Fire with the turn. I mean, he was overhealed, but with the turn? Fire. That was disgusting. C9 take their 5th on attacking side. As we see the Sonics try to recover, they've got a buy here now. That was honestly a pretty decent eco for them. They had shorties and sheriffs. So now they get the rifles back in. Squishy is just so aggressive in this mid-site. It's already up to the ears. Pretty much. Well, gonna scout it out with the recon dart. And the Cypher information to work with. So we know somebody's there. Double spotted out is the Sage on the backside, but gets taken out for his aggression. 4v4, couple of picks coming out. Gonna work a little slow here.
Nice pick to kick things off. Spraying from Dino, catches Chicago next on the A site. They will try and respond to something, but AJ gets shocked next. The 3-on-3, making it 2 as he triples up, and Cloud9 have site control. They have to rotate that spike in, and actually they're just going to bait it entirely. They'll leave 1 player back as Fire and Co push in. They'll revive Chicago as well, so got even more support here to hold off and ensure that they stay on A. Moopy will get shocked back into play as well for the Sonic side, but a lot of work to be done. They're not even facing to the right site. When are they going to get this info? When are they going to find out what's really going on? They'll check Heaven, a close play from AJ, shuts out by Shock here, and Moopy will peek in. They'll realize now that it is the wrong site, and they're going to check both B and C. I don't know if they've got enough time for this Fickle.
Surely they don't. When the bomb went down, I don't think they could hear it, but they have to use process elimination here. They know it's not on B because they would have heard that. So it definitely has to be on C, and it honestly looks like a full save here from the Sonic side. They got an op in hand, and they use the Sage res, so really not a great use of that utility. They res on a round where they're not even trying to take back the bomb site, but I guess if you want to save your economy and your rifles, that's a fair trade. But Chicago goes down. Oh, take the up, take the up, take the up, take the up. Okay, he gets the up. Thank goodness, because that would have been all for naught if he goes down in that situation. At least they got that back.
Okay. Thank God they do get that sniper in on it, because right now Sonics are going to need as much firepower as they can get. They are running low on cash, and this buyback will leave it in an awkward start. Of course, the rifles do still come back in. And mostly Vandals on that side, with 1 Phantom on the back of Dapper. When it comes to Vandals for everybody on the attacking side of things. So, see whether Cloud9 can utilize this appropriately. Is Fireburner getting aggressive towards the C site initially and gets a bit of early damage on towards 1, the defender out there. Chicago pressing in towards mid, and we'll try firefight, excuse me, at the B ball. I should be more specific. Squishy gets that kill on Shock to kick things off for the offensive force, and Cloud9 burst into the mid window area. Might split in towards C site, and that's exactly what they're going to do from here. Chicago playing distraction. They should be able to get the spike plant in a moment's time. It's got a safe access to the C site, so any further kills after this, any more that Cloud9 can do, will try and hold their own. But here comes Hunter's Fury through the wall, trying to do some damage. If the gimmick gets Dino, Dapper and Moopy will use that distraction to swing and get some more kills with 3 versus 3. And then Orbital Strike on site does not get any kills. The 1-for-1 trades do come through 2 versus 2. The spike plant's down.
Yeah, they got a good pincher working. I don't think they realize that Dapper is actually flanking from C long. Raiden's about to catch a hard bullet here, and he does. It's a 2v1 situation. It's only Squishy on site. Squishy takes out the player from the defensive spawn. Now it's a 1v1. Dapper and Squishy got the recon dart out. Shock darts are keeping him at bay. Oh, he gets spotted. That's huge. But Dapper gets the frag on him as anyway. Even with the position that he knew he was there, Dapper clutches with both kills in that post-plant situation. That's huge for the Sonics as they steal that round away.
Well done, Dapper. Evading the information play, evading the recon dart, evading everything against the likes of Squishy. That leaves a third for the Sonics side. They have been on the back foot for the majority of this half so far, so a little bit of a bone being thrown might not be the worst thing in the world. This moment, though, still got 3 rounds to catch up to Cloud9, and they could still do it here. 3 rounds in a row to end off the half is not the most unplausible thing in the world. Right now, plays up against the full might of Cloud9, who should be on another full buyout here. I'm seeing rifles across the board for the C9 side. And again, the drones early on from Squishy to flush out the mid and window area. Look onto the C site this time as he looks for information. He's backed up by AJ, so anything around here could be traded on the drone. Indeed, they're not expecting AJ to be so close behind that piece of equipment. 2-for-1 trade as Fireburner comes in to trade out Dino as Squishy's the man to fall. AJ gets a 3K, and Cloud9 have claimed the C site.
That was really great utility usage and execution by AJ and Squishy, following the drone so closely that they're wasting their bullets shooting the drone, and then AJ swings out from the corner immediately after the information from Squishy. Because even if you don't ping somebody on the drone, it's basically a set of eyes. You can just call out where the players are. So it's one of my favorite abilities from Sova, and especially through the garage. It's got so many benefits. And now it's Dapper in a 1v5, 1v4 situation. He's got the Vandal in hand. He's going to wait it out. Pure save situation here. Throws the camera onto mid, and we're just going to have to wait till this round is over because they're definitely going to save this rifle.
Yeah, no choice in the matter. Very similar to the C save from when they were distracted on A, except this time more on the lines of just a lack of manpower and firepower to do anything, any sort of worth in this 1v4 situation. And there you go, the attackers will take a 7th, win the half as a result as well. Dapper does get 1 exit frag on Chicago, evading the wall bangs, just barely gets out alive. And there you go, a little extra rifle to work with the Sonic side, but the economy's not great. Dapper could buy a couple of upgrades for some other players if he wanted to, but it may just be best to spend only a little bit and just get them up to upgrade pistols rather than having to rely on a full-blown force buy at this moment. Because that won't be a whole lot compared to the full-blown rifles of Cloud9 at this moment. Should be seeing an 8th coming in for the offensive half, and things are looking a little bit dire for the Sonics.
And actually, Moopy picked up a Marshall, surprisingly enough, and right out the gate, actually headshots Fireburner collateral through the B window, so that's huge for them. They take out 1 rifle with the Marshall, so that's an excellent shot there from Moopy, who was normally holding the op. So obviously they want to put him on the scoped weapon. They've taken out quite a bit of players here on the C9 side, but Squishy is returning back. Episode 6, Return of the Squishy.
That seems appropriate for Sonic's reckoning, I feel like, in this series, but Squishy is going to quickly get shut down. As Dino gets his kill, falls back to a corner. Gonna wait for this boombot to make his way in for the door, assuming he can get through the door at the moment. Pop out eventually and try look for next one up, facing up, just taking that challenge, but unable to get the kill. Just the information, it does fall back for it. A 3-on-2 situation, so the Sonics have no need to over-aggress. They could just sit pretty on their defensive angles, just wait for Cloud9 to come to them. They are at the advantage on this defensive half, on this player advantage, so just wait for the 35 seconds to tick down. Cloud9 might be able to storm the B site. I mean, their best play right now would be to go towards A. You know, again, talking about trying to, figure out the main undefended part of the map, and that right now is that A site play. Shock will get Chicago round the corner. Can't deny the spike plant, but will be able to get 2 kills with pistols, and Sonics will claim a 4th on the defensive half.
That is a massive eco round, and Sonics have a consistency of stealing rounds away from C9 in those post-plant situations, and even on this eco, they had really no reason to win this round with all the rifles in tow. And I think that Shock is trying to get this Reyna to take the defuse for the ult point, because Shock already has his loaded and ready to go. So he's going to give it over to Dino. So if you don't know, that defusing the spike actually does give you 1 ult point, so it's actually better to give it over to your friends. And here's a replay. Actually, this is going to be a nice aerial shot from our observers just to see it in the spawn. Haven is actually, I think, one of the most beautiful maps in the beta. It's got all the flowery architectures and the old kind of oriental looking buildings. So it's kind of a zenful meditation type of vibe.
Gotta love it. In this last round of the half, Cloud9 have won it. Go up 8-4, could put them on victory row going into their defensive side. Starting to see a little bit of aggression from Soniqs, going to try and see if they can respond to Cloud9 before they can even break in. Fall back across the map here, much more spread out style from Soniqs. Usually you put those tripwires on the A entrances and rotating off the back of that to play a retake there. And they're going to keep one player just at the main entrance just in case they need to commit to a defensive. And Cloud9 may fall right into that trap here. They're all playing their way out from A main. May just look to hold off here. They will pop that first, and now they know what's going on. They're going to face very little resistance. Dapper will get squishy as he overextends a bit too far out of this one. AJ will try to pop up a little bit of a barrier. Go get Dapper on a good kill move. He comes up from heaven and makes 3 kills happen to his own right. And the Soniqs do hold on. It seems the retake did work. They didn't even get a spike plant out of that one. And they will secure a 5th to close out their half. Soniqs with a great defensive on that last moment. Could have wished we could have seen a little bit more out of that one, but in the end, Cloud9 were exploiting the right positions and were doing well enough as you would expect on their offensive side.
Move K out of heaven, but make no mistake, it was entirely set up by Shock's ultimate as it rips through the gate and catches 4 players from C9. They didn't even get the res off before Luby rolls into the game. But I think we're going to go into a quick little pause as we had one player drop out of the lobby, and we'll be able to talk a little bit about that attacking app from C9 as we get this player back in. So 7-5 scoreline for the attacking side. C9 takes it on Haven. Now they're going to switch over to defense. I think that 7-5 is, it's like okay for attack. Like they really should have had, I think, 2 more rounds in there. They threw them away. That should be a 9-3, I think. But it's not bad. It's definitely not definitive. I'd like to see more on the attacking side from Haven, but now we're going to see what the Soniqs can do.
Yeah, but it's not too surprising to see the attacking half get off on the better start. Again, you're considering who Cloud9 are, the firepower that they had. The fact that Gimmick has stepped up in place of Squishy as being the top fragger as well, and Squishy's not even doing that terribly of his own right. So they've got a lot going for them on this Cloud9 side, and they're able to again find the right positions in the right places at the right time. Get the right offensives going. Those B site hits were pretty consistent from Cloud9 for my liking. And again, they sort of like anchored the A and C sites as the main rotation areas, and I kind of appreciate the way that they're going to approach that. For the attacking side, and I guess for the defensive side as well, seeing a 3-site map is so non-standard to the rest of FPS in general, or tactical FPS in general, I should say, that you're still a lot of question marks and still a lot of potential, I think, in that kind of a mode.
Right, and we haven't really seen as big of a pop-off from Squishy, and I think that, honestly, Moopy from the side of Soniqs has really been impressing me with his op play, especially even the Marshall as well. In that last round, he got the 3K off of that ultimate from Brimstone, so he's one of the names we didn't really mention in the previous game, but we do have the player back into the lobby, and so now we have switch side. Soniqs are on attack, and Cloud9 is going to take their turn on defense.
So we've got all 5 players accounted for, not seeing any lost motion in the server. So it looks like we will have a half on our hands. And for Cloud9 being 2 rounds in the lead, looking to try and 2-0 their way into those grand finals. I think they're going to be NRGgg, if memory serves me correctly from the other stream, so opportunity presents itself for this Cloud9 side. They need to get a good pistol if they want to potentially turn us to double digits. They could very well do so off the back of that momentum. They're getting quite aggressive in the A-bomb side, a very far pushed up position, and this could be pretty big for them if they're all going to stack their way around this corner. I'm not sure who that is. Chicago getting the first kill on Shock. Should get traded back by Moopy. Squishy in the mid position. We'll get Dapper down for a decent kill, but now they're going to all rotate back to the A site. Sonic committing in hole. They will get caught by the tripwire. The ice comes out to try stall for a bit of time, but the spike plant should come down. They have eyes out for the moment, but Cloud9 in full retake mode, sustaining damage but keeping the advantage. Moopy's going to change that though. AJ next to fall. Dino's going to back up into the back lines and try and hold on for his own. The spike plant is not quite for him. Squish get around that corner. Dino still gets that kill. 2 on 2. Make it 1. It's Gimmicks next to full. Fireburner gets us back to a single standing. Will heal up and just got to find that one player outside of. Going to tap that spike. Sticking for a few seconds. seconds, not ready for the peak. Oh, what a shot to turn around and get it for Cloud9, the 8th and the pistol on the defensive side.
Fireburner with the flick. Dinks him in the head with the ghost. I wasn't sure the HP on the brimstone there, but excellently played on the retake there from C9 as they take the first defensive round. It's going to be huge for them going into it. We noticed that they like to buy on their defensive rounds if they got a couple of guns in, but look at this from the attacking side. I'm seeing 3 or 4 rifles from Soniqs. This is a massive bet. After losing that first round, this could shot their economy if they do not win this round.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
We've got a judge in there, I think. We've got a marshal. There's a lot, actually, of a commitment here from the Sonic side. They're going to go and commit with a rush for this one. This is very dangerous, as Fireburner proves by getting that first pick. But Dapper gets his SMG kill on the man, and Dino follows suit on towards Gimmick, who will sustain a lot of damage, get those heals, and the cyber cage goes up to stop them from entering from main. Connector's also going to get blocked off, and the spike plant comes through. The Sonics may still pull this off. Cloud9, the 4-on-3 situation, further smokes out. We'll try and keep things away. Chicago moves in, going to get a lot of information out. The tripwire is forward, and he does go down for it. 1-for-1 trade again that favours the Sonic side. Further flashes out will keep players. Blind Manic sprays, headshots come through. AJ still gets a kill, but Dapper gets his triple. So it's all left to Squishy. 4 kills for Dapper. What a round from Sonics.
I don't think they actually invested in those rifles like I thought they were going to. They ended up selling them and going for Spectres and Ares, so they even made that better because they didn't have to spend as much money. I'm not really sure why maybe they decided against it at the very end. But regardless, Sonics take the round 1-1, as we saw on the attacking side from Cloud9. It's basically even going into it. This is the same scoreline we saw as Cloud9 had the attacking front.
What a shock to the system, as you mentioned. Defensive getting shut down of their own right, not a lot available. Cloud9 getting absolutely decimated at this moment in time. A bit of aggression from Moopy. We're getting out to the B entrance already, looking to check corners, check cons. Ice wall up. Well, smokes will go down instead, so they will be able to suppress any further aggressive pushes from Cloud9. Slight gap at the right-hand side of that, though. It's shocked that enters on the kill on towards Gimmick. The eye gets shattered by a good frag, and the spike plant comes through. Dapper turns around with Squishy. Good pick for his own right, and they will just cyber cage up the mid position. Dino will get himself into a position to try and kind of kill his own right. And not a whole lot will come through. They will spot the sage. Will not be able to get anything else. Just the aggression. Not really much really the defensive can really do from here, so Dino can just isolate that pick on AJ, upgrade to I think an LMG that he just picked up, but only 1 player left remaining for Cloud9. Chicago with his shotty, back up, and to save his position.
Pretty standard eco round there. Well, that's a nice pickup from Chicago. He's going to pick himself up an Ares. It's not the best weapon to find. If he can even hold on to it, he doesn't hold on to it, and Sonics are going to take that 2 rounds in a row on the attacking side, and again, this is a really close game, as complete opposite to the NRG and NV game on the other stream. I believe NRG took that 2-0. It was like 13 or 13-1, 13-0. Like it was kind of rough to watch. But now we have a really close game between C9 and Sonics.
Yeah, once again down to the wire. I mean, it did come through down to the wire in the second half, as opposed to the the very start of the game from that last map, where it was just within 2 rounds for almost every single round. So Cloud9 and Sonics, this could still be much more close for a fair. But as you mentioned, game has picked up. So rifles out to play for here. A lot of early suppression coming through from the Sonic side. They're not going to press too far forward from this. They will get the 1-for-1 trade as Squishy picks up the first and does go down on the second face. As you face out towards the garage area, it's Gimmick watching out from the mid doors. Oh, what a shot! What a prediction against Moopy, spotting him on the first peak and wall bang headshot on the second. To kill back to an advantage for Cloud9, and may even look for a little bit more. He's got a bit of support over on the C site. And not a whole lot actually to that mid position.
Wow, that was clairvoyant from Gimmick as he gets the wall bang through the garage doors. That's probably my favorite place to play. It's very satisfying whenever you're able to hit those, especially the headshot. And now they're poising over to the C site. They've actually picked a pretty good position. It's only Reyna, one person. Reyna's going to throw out Lear and ult. From the far side, yeah, I don't think they really want to mess with that. They're going to turn tail and maybe run over the B site, where it looks like Shock has already entered into, takes out AJ, and it's actually Dino on the B site, excuse me. Now Spuda's running in with the bomb toward the B site. They're going to have Raze flanking in behind them. Going to pause a little bit for the smoke. Chicago gesturing in from the A side. He gets spiked down, and that's huge for Cloud9, and now it's only 14 seconds left. 2v1 Shock situation. He has to
flash in, 2 quick kills to find. They're just going to play passive. They know exactly where he is. Just hold back behind the smokes and leave him to concede this round. Not enough time to get the spike plant. Might even get him after time as well. No cash injection, and that's a crucial kill to find again. Cloud9 utilizing every piece of info that they had. And that will throw the economy game very clearly off for the Soniqs side. I mean, they can still go for a forced investment, and it looks like that's what they're going to commit to here. But some players will be pretty limited on what they can buy, especially Spuda, you know, 2,600. You've got to go for an SMG above a rifle, so everybody else, fortunately, looks to have Vandals on their side. So it's not the worst buy in the world, but with Vandals the same, Phantom's out for 2, and AJ yet to buy has a couple of options ahead of him. Right now, it's looking much better for Cloud9 in the setup.
It's actually Dino that's really been the one to watch on the Sonic side. Ultimate's Fury is going to rip through the garage, and he's going to find Spuda through there, but he actually doesn't catch Dino, who's already really far into the C site, and there's a lot of action going on in this round number 17.
Spotting info again to the C site. Shock does get gimmick, so Soniqs can force the issue. They've left one player isolated to the C site, and Chicago goes down just as quickly, so now suddenly it's one player left. And again, the Soniqs aggression seems to work pretty well. AJ does come in with 2 good picks, though. Very low HP, can get the heal on, and then the garage area, they now know where he's at. We'll try and stall for a bit of time with the ice around the corner. Spike's been dropped, and how is AJ going to deal with his 17 HP? Actually gets a revive in on Fireburner. That's a pretty big opportunity now. A 2-on-2 retake with the spike plant coming in for the Soniqs. AJ will be first contact. 17 HP. Fireburner taking a fight, which won't quite win, won't quite lose. Good tag off on Dino, but all in all, it's going to be left 2-1 in a 1 versus 2. 2 very high HP players to find here. Fireburner has been able to get some decent frags in this one. Dapper instantly shuts down his eye, and it will be Dapper with that final kill as well. So Soniqs secure the situation. A good counterplay there from AJ, but just not enough in the tank.
Herculean effort from AJ, peeking out the garage door to deny the spike plant and get a 2K, but unfortunately he was not able to turn that around. They were already 2 into the C site. Dapper had put down the tripwires on the back of spawn side, so it made it impossible for Fireburner, even though we got res, to come back in. Throws the Lear onto site, instantly gets taken down, and it's hard to deal with that once you got the tripwires in place. So it's just really good securing of site from the Sonic side, an 8-9 scoreline, and they've got rifles in hand. So we're maybe going to see a 9-9 scoreline very soon.
Information denial here from the Sonic side, and as you mentioned, not a lot that can come through from defensive sides. Cloud9 staying on just that half-buy scenario with their shotties and SMGs. Getting information out here. These 2 players out to this corner. Oh, this could be pretty big if they don't fire. If they held trigger discipline, no. That's 1 kill. The shot choice. Oh my goodness, 1 kill found. Can he get any more out of this? Chicago has denied the spike position, but does find at least a kill on a trade, and that will force them to keep their heads on a swivel for the moment here. Chicago looking for info. Dapper does get squishy next on the site defensive, and Fireburner will get 1 good kill. To get away with a rifle may be their best case scenario, though, so a good effort on the backstab. Soniqs not checking all their angles and will pay for it, but it won't be a massive cost.
Big brain to bait that member of Cloud9 just so that Chicago could swing. That's one of those situations like, why are there 2 there? Why would you do that? But obviously it's working out because this is a winnable round here for C9. They've got 2 rifles even if they didn't invest in this round. So even if they can't take this round, it's still a great investment to the economy taken away from Sonic. Neural Theft comes out. Chicago's coming in. Shock is hiding in sewers. He's going to rip an ultimate right on the bomb plant. Takes down 1. not going to be enough time here. I don't think he's going to get away with his rifle, but that was a checkmate from Shock. Just holding that in sewers with his ultimate. If you even try to defuse with that, it's going to knock you off of it. So even after all that shenanigans coming out, Sonic still takes the round, but that was really, really good try from C9.
I'm surprised they went for it, honestly. But I mean, it does do a lot of damage, and they didn't have a lot to lose. To hold on to those 2 rifles into the next round, I mean, gonna have a buy here anyway, so it's respectable. And that may force the issue on the Soniqs buy here. I mean, they will get us back to evens, but maybe seeing some lacking rifles, they will pick up one from one of the low buy players. I believe there was a Bulldog being recovered. Info just looking to try and come out here very early on. He sprays through the mid doors and the... Oh, Strike will try to drive them away from the window area. That was successful. Still player playing pretty close though. Could be in with a couple of decent picks. Cybercage goes up and looks like they're going to enter into the C site once again. Very early on. Ultimate's coming out left, right, and center. Dapper's going to rape around the corner. Try look for one shot. Is the first player to go down. Dapper taps through, gets fire. Squishy able to return to a 4-on-3 scenario. They do have the C site. They can get the spike plant. The upper Cloud9 for the retake.
This is that attacking favored side I was talking about on Haven. Even though Sonics were trailing at the half, they're really resurging here on their attacking side, able to get 3-4 in a row. Another favorable position for them for the retake. Now they have the man equal advantage. Nice kill for Moopy on the defensive spawn, and now it's just left to Moopy, and a nice retake here from C9. They turned that into a win for them, stealing the round away. They should be able to take this, pick up the rifles, and be on their merry way. Sonics, their streak will get shut down by C9, and now C9 has entered into double digits. This is still insanely close.
The Sonics just can't quite seem to push over the edge and get that lead above the Cloud9 side. So the rebuys coming in, of course, will look very weak in for the Sonic squad, but they have done, you know, so much with so little at times. They have got rifles to play with. I don't know if Dapper and Spudo are going to upgrade in this one. I mean, they've got a little bit of potential. So yeah, one SMG will come out. The second one's also brought down, so... Automatics across the board. Let's see if Sonics can claim the lead away from Cloud9. They've been struggling so hard to do so. They've got a lot of aggression coming in towards the A main and A short positions. Very carefully, Sonics are going to creep around this. You know, they've gone for the very fast sort of rounds, they've gone for the very slow sort of rounds, and ideally they're looking for Cloud9 to over-aggress so they can get a pick or just force the issue and open things up in one of these choke points.
Near used out to the mid side. Seems like Dana lurking on C long here. Only with a Spectre, it's kind of risky to peek that long angle with only a Spectre. You don't really have a lot of killing potential there. But he's just going to lurk and just probably watch for flanks. He's really listening, not really looking. Pushing a little bit forward, and they kind of split Gimmick with a nice pick on Dino on A long. One greedily grabbed the ult point, and the paint shell at the exact wrong time is going to lead Buddha to take him down on A short. Here comes Moopy into the site. Now we got 3 Sonic members on site, and the spike to boot. Spike is going to get planted, but the rotation coming in from C9. Oh, deny on the res. That's huge, and that's going to be 2 kills for AJ, and this is a very doable situation for Cloud9.
Bad timing. We've got the Empress coming out for the retake. Squishy going to try and look for info on the recon dart. They'll see one sight. AJ gets one, turns around with a spray to the second. He's got a 4K on for the ace. Going to stick the defuse. It'll be a flank coming through. Dapper gets that one pick. AJ with a chance. Playing ring of roses round the boxes. Tapped it. Not going to go for the second. Going to try and hunt very quickly around his corner. And AJ's got a full-blown ace for Cloud9. 11 on the defensive side. That retake couldn't have been played more to perfection if it tried.
Woo! AJ with the ace. Our first ace of the day, I believe. And really starting it off right with denying the revive on A long. That's really what set it off there and just gets entry on the site. Squishy with the assist on the recon dart makes it really easy for him to pick off the player near the plant box and underneath heaven. And then just, I don't know, I think it was a little bit of a misplay from that last player from Sonics not to delay a little bit more, because if they had maybe wasted like 3 or 4 seconds more, they could have at least won the round, but still got an ace. I don't know. AJ doing everything right in that situation. Can't take much away from him.
Look at this very fast play coming out from the Sonic side. They're going to try and over-aggress once again what they've got. First kill for Dapper. Dino going to play support. Gimmick's in the corner. Will get that one kill. And he actually gets himself 3 all in. All tapped up for Moopy. Will trade back on Squishy, but Fireburner's going to get Dapper, so it leaves it all to Moopy left alone. That mid-control play going so disastrously for Sonics. Strike's been dropped. It's in Cloud9 control. Moopy will isolate one good pick. Got to heal up in a moment here. And so much for him to do at this moment. Got a second player, the 1v1 to isolate around this corner. No armor, and back's turn. Gonna check that right-hand position. It all comes up to timing, and he gets a second kill. Moopy still got a chance. 50 seconds. He's got pick of the litter for the sides. And are they gonna aggress back through that window area?
Well, they got to pick up the spike outside of Garage first, and Moopy has a really good positioning here to be able to at least listen for this. All comes down to it. They still got a lot of time left here. 33 seconds. I think they got to move about 20 if they want to have any chance of getting to a bomb site after picking up the spike. But look at this flank situation here from, I believe that is going to be Dapper on the Cypher. So he's flanking on the backside. 15 seconds. I think the bomb plant is out of the question for A. He can still go to C or B, and he's just going to run it over to C. Surely he hears these footsteps from there. He's going to hear the plant go down. Post-plant situation underway.
Here we go. Both players going to face in the same position. All down to timing, and it's going to go the way of Dapper instead. Good effort not to be in the end. Chicago, I should say. Wow. Get confused with those 1v1's positions, but Cloud9 will be up with the 12th.
Yeah, sorry about that. It was actually Cypher on the Sonic side is Dapper, and on C9 side it's Chicago. We lost a little bit of that info on there, but well played to Chicago for being patient on that. Didn't have to aggress it. He knew that the spike was the ultimate the spike is the win condition. Very important point in Valorant. Don't always have to chase for the kills. But map and match point for C9 here on Haven, as they just need one more round to close it out against the Sonics and move on to play against NRG in the finals.
It's our turn.
Now 12-9, Cloud9. Currently on map and match point here. If they can win this next round, it will be over. The Sonics will not be making their way into those grand finals. We're seeing orbital strikes come down early. Oh, Gimmick! Wrecks everybody! AJ finishing off Dapper, and just like that, Cloud9 in an instant are going to get the victory. Oh my me, oh my, what happened there?
Raise happened.
Yeah, you think? Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. I am in disbelief. Wow. That's how we end it. Gimmick with the 3K on one showstopper. Such a close map to be ended on that. Oh my god.
You kind of hoped for a bit of a back and forth, didn't you? Like, just like hoping there would be some sort of default strategic play, but no, just rush, get the kills, use the ultimate, and just absolutely decimate. I mean, what more do you say to that? I guess it's kind of appropriate that Cloud9 are the ones that dominate on their offensive to regain control of this map overall. But as you said, you know, it was a bit of a close affair from the word go. I think for the first time in this series, we saw separation in more than 4 rounds. So credit to the Sonics, but also credit to Cloud9. They really dominated at certain points in that match.
Oh, man. Just, I still cannot recover from that last round we had there, but I think we're going to see the play here from Sova, Drone, AJ walking into the site, picks up 2K on that one, and I think we're going to see AJ's ace as well. So here's the 3rd kill, 4th kill, nice spray transfer to get that, and here's the ring around the rosy to go into it. So very nice play from AJ, who I think pretty much carried the last rounds of that match.
Absolutely. AJ certainly was the one to step up. When everyone had their eyes on Squishy, you know, I don't know whether to call it disappointing or whether just to admit that he managed to do some really good work in sort of like, you know, spreading the love, I guess you could say, in certain points where you can see how that round sort of ended from our own context. So just keep your eyes on how well they positioned themselves and how they played. Gimmick just absolutely destroying everybody with that rocket. That is something else. The showstopper is... Well, I mean, it is for gimmick. It is not for the Sonic side. They got absolutely decimated by one bullet, and that ends it all off on their own right. 13-9 for Cloud9, and a 2-0 series. They're going to the finals here, Fickle.
Yeah, and what a way to end it as well. That was probably way closer of a game than we saw between NRG and Envy on the other side of the bracket over in GiantSlayerTV. And that was a 13-0 and a 13-1, I believe, all on the backs of, I was seeing some chatter in our chat right here about Classics really popping off, and I think he's doing quite well for himself in the game of Valorant. But we also had one more person watching that match, and that's Unthink, so we're going to bring him back in to have us talk about that anticlimactic finish.
Anticlimactic. That was the exciting finish you want to see. Listen, I know abilities aren't always supposed to kill, but sometimes they're supposed to kill. Fantastic game here. Congratulations to C9 moving forward here in the round. This was an incredible match. So we got to see a very even first half, as well as the second half also being fairly close there. I think you guys said it best. AJ definitely carried away to bring it to victory here at the end of the day here for Cloud9. But stepping back, you know, Jay, a 7-5 half is by no means definitive for an attacking team on Haven to take the first half of this game in what we would call an overwhelming victory. Did C9 give themselves enough margin for victory in the first half, or did they really need to turn it on in the second half to make this happen?
I think that they did, you know. I mean, based on the fact that they didn't go very far, didn't go much further with their 4 rounds on the attacking side. The Sonics really had a bit of a hard time again dealing with a lot of the retakes and the defensive positions and the firepower, especially from Cloud9. And I think that that's kind of really what got them at the end of the day. Like, Sonics had some really good ideas, and again, sort of like, you know, seeing how they played out their defensive half, they went for a lot of rushes that, you know, shouldn't be successful. They absolutely were, and Cloud9 kind of got caught off guard in their own respect. But the fact that they were able to utilize their own firepower on the defensive side as well, the fact that were able to do some really good sort of stuff of their own right when they switched to that second half, it really proves that they did give themselves enough margin of error. Under normal circumstances, I'd say no. 7-5 is a very bad scoreline from an attacking side, but for Cloud9, in the way that they played in this matchup, it was absolutely perfect.
And speaking of those rushes, right, we started seeing DPS heavy agents making bigger waves in the first half than we did.
What's up, friends? Welcome back to Spike Rush. We're here on GiantSlayerTV. Shout out to Rival Esports, and of course, shout outs to our boys Juked for helping put us things on. I'm Tom F. Dot. That's James Bot, and this is Corelli. First of all, say hi, dudes. How you doing, Corelli?
Doing fantastic. I'm ready to see some more Rocket League players play some Valorant.
It should be fun. We saw earlier some teams, and we're going to have our finals. But first, James Bot, you have something to announce, do you not?
I do, F. Dot. Thank you for letting me have this moment. And I really want to address the Rocket League community here. There's been some speculation. There's been some cryptic tweets on Twitter. There's been Lethamir confirming Gold Rush 3 before I could announce this. But now is the time to actually confirm it, guys. Gold Rush 3 is going to happen. And not only Gold Rush 3, but many Gold Rush type events are going to be coming down the pipeline. And the only reason that this is possible is because of a key investment from Wisdom Gaming Group. And I'm really happy to say that I have been working with the Gold Rush, the original Gold Rush team, to hand over all the rights to run Gold Rush events to the Wisdom team. And the people over at Wisdom are some familiar faces. And that is why we're so happy to take this next step with Gold Rush. Dreadnought, Gillyweed, Strangest Stranger. These are people from Rocket League, from the core community, people who we believe have the right intentions when it comes to running premier community Rocket League events, taking care of players, and just doing things the right way. This is, to us, huge news. This is allowing Gold Rush to be elevated to the heights that we, the original Gold Rush team, feels that Gold Rush deserved. So this moment was not possible without the community. So to the community, thank you guys so much for making Gold Rush 1 and 2 happen. It was just a pipe dream. Me and Corelli were sitting in my apartment back when I had first started my job at Twitch over in Jack London Square in Oakland, just talking about what Gold Rush could be and talking about that first event. And I will never forget the magic that Gold Rush 1 had. It was a very special moment for the community, for myself, for the players, for everybody out there. And then even to have the ability to run Gold Rush 2 was such a privilege made possible by the community. And so without the community support, we would not be where we are today, allowing Gold Rush to live on and really reach heights that we had only dreamed of when we first started planning Gold Rush events. And now I also want to say thank you to Wisdom Gaming Group. Ian, I had worked very closely with Ian and Strangest and Gilly and Dreadnought, just working out what all this would mean, what it's going to, what things are going to, or what things will be happening down the pipeline, and also just feeling really comfortable about handing off this Gold Rush project that we really believe in. And this is not a goodbye. This is not a goodbye from the original Gold Rush team. Me, Corelli, and Furtive Raccoon are very much a part of all the events that will be happening in the future. It's just that now we become a part of the bigger system that is going to help make amazing Gold Rush events happen. And now you get to speculate. You can ask yourself, what will Gold Rush 3 look like? And, you know, I think Gold Rush 3 will look like an event that, if we had resources back in the day to make the best event possible, I think that is what Gold Rush 3 is going to look like. And I think Gold Rush 4, 5, 6, maybe Gold Rush 15 will just keep improving on that vision. So thank you again. Thank you to the community. Thank you to Wisdom. And also thank you to Corelli and Furtive. It's been a blast working with you guys to make this happen. Thanks.
Dude, I'm excited. If we can, you know, story time real quick, I promise, before we get to it. We did the CRL and we had some fun. We had this wacky pregame show where I kind of asked a bunch of questions. And one of those questions I asked the guys was, what's your favorite Rocket League event? And James responded with Gold Rush and overwhelmingly won. The chat was like, yeah, I mean, like, Worlds was cool, but like Gold Rush though. And like, you know, you feel it. You feel the community involvement and investment. I mean, I've heard stories. So I'm here for the future of Gold Rush. And just as a side note, I've worked with these Wisdom people. I've been doing the Valorant stuff with them. They're rock stars in and out of Rocket League. So this is going to be a blast. I'm super excited.
It really is. It's amazing. Just the wisdom folks, and especially the Rocket League team, Dreadnought, Stranger, and Gillyweed. These are people that I would trust with my life. Gilly is one of the best people I've ever worked with. There are people who, when you get to work with them closely, you understand what kind of people they are, and they, to me, are the type of people that I would trust to run more than just a Rocket League event. And that's why I'm so happy that we have even made this happen. It doesn't seem real. It really doesn't seem real that we could have gotten from an event that didn't exist to now we have people with real resources, the right people being able to professionally commit themselves to making these types of events happen. It's honestly, it makes me, I'm speechless.
That's what we do, man. We follow our dreams and we live them. So we've got Gold Rush 3 on the horizon, and that's going to be a ton of fun. Of course, today is going to be fun as well. NRGgg, well, they had fun. I don't know about Envy. 13-1 in game 1, 13-0 in game 2, and no game 3 necessary. Quite a different story across the way for the Cloud9 boys. But NRGgg here. Classics has been tearing it up. Justin, though, no slouch himself, coming through kind of as the number 2 guy. Cloud9, though, AJ, Squishy, and Gimmick, Fireburner, and Chicago are going to take the field here for Cloud9. As I said, NRGgg was kind of a smackdown. What do we expect?
And that's because of classics.
Corelli? Yes. But across the way, I mean, C9. Corelli, talk to me.
Yeah, well, look, I was impressed in the first game with Squishy. I think, I don't think a lot of people know he plays a lot of CSGO coming into Valorant. So he has a lot of that kind of innate skill, that innate game sense coming. We saw that already. He dropped to over 20 kills in the first map. But I think the Soniqs gave Cloud9 a little bit more than they bargained for coming into the matchup. I was really impressed with Soniqs. And I think for Cloud9 moving on and going up against NRGgg, you have to, like James was saying, you have to focus on classics. He was super aggro throughout his series and both of his matchups. He was getting 2, 3, 4 kills multiple times, not just once or twice. I mean, this guy 3, 4 times he'd get a 4K. So you have to shut down classics going in against NRGgg.
Free agent, by the way. Free agent. Vote in chat. Like I said, NRGgg coming into this one probably as the favorite, but Cloud9, Corelli mentioned a little bit of a Counter-Strike background for Squishy Muffins, and the team, one of the big things is that skill, not really translatable, but winning attitude and understanding communication totally is. So exclamation point C9 or exclamation point NRGgg in the chat, and we can go ahead and tally up those votes to see who's going to come out on top. James, you were running with classics before, but was there anyone else that caught your eye?
Justin, I was actually going to say that. I thought that the rounds where classics died early, which was few and far between, you would see Justin then step up and get a 3K or just start fragging out. So I think that this NRGgg team is deep. And I even know Sizz. I've played Valorant with Sizz quite a few times. He also knows how to frag. This guy, is trick shotting COD expert. He knows how to shoot a gun. So I think NRGgg, just top to bottom, they are stacked. And I think this could be very one-sided. Very one-sided.
Well, on the other side, too, it felt like AJ really stepped up in the second half of their matchup against Soniqs. When Squishy started to cool off, AJ really stepped up. He was clutch in a couple of those retakes. So, I mean, Cloud9 have just as enough skill across the board, even across. Classics, I think, is going to be the best player in this lobby, no doubt. But I don't think this is going to be a stomp for NRGgg.
It's going to be an uphill battle for sure. Bind will be our first map. Haven will be map number 2. And then the newest, Ascent, will be the third if we get there. Split, again, left off because nobody likes Split. So Bind should be interesting. Haven is the one with the 3 map points, spike points. So Bind should be generally, depending on the agents, we like to see the attacker side come out here. So as the map was selected by NRGgg, Cloud9 is going to choose where they start off. So I'm kind of curious to see if they're going to be planting or if they're going to be defending. But jumping into this one, Corelli, I mean, your experience on Bind, just, casually as little of the game has been out. What's your take?
I think right off the rip, there's going to be 2 fights right in the beginning. It's going to be on A short and inside that A cubby, and also in hookah. Whoever can establish control first on either side, that's where they're going to rotate to. And I think that the aggressiveness from classics that we've seen has shut down a lot of the opposition on any push. So if you can quickly shut down how aggressive classics can be, you can then rotate to the opposite side and get a plant down quickly.
57% of folks are leaning towards Cloud9, but it's slowly ticking towards NRGgg. James, I mean, how much of this do you think fans are coming off of the Valorant gameplay? But how much do you think this is just like rooting for the Rocket League squad?
So I think about 54% of the audience is going by their emotions. If I had to guess right now, and I just based off of what we've seen in Classics, he's a unique guy. I mean, he's made it to the top in Rocket League. If you follow his Instagram or watch his social media posts, he's already become like a pro poker player.
Yeah.
Now we even see his ability in Valorant. This guy,
he's good at everything.
He's a bit of a savant. That's all I'm going to say. But I think one key thing for Cloud9 is going to be having to really pay attention to the ults, especially when Classics is running Raze. We saw him run Raze, and he was using those satchels to aggressively push with his rockets, and he got so many multi-kill ult plays with Raze. So they're going to have to be very diligent about knowing that and expecting that he gets aggro and goes for that push. They might even be able to pick him, because if they can pick Classics in a situation like that, nullify his ult, get one of their best players down, I think that is going to be a very key part of the Cloud9 strategy, is trying to minimize the impact of that Raze ult from Classics.
That's kind of what I was thinking about as well. I was sitting here going, listen, we all watched match number 1 and we saw how aggro you played. And if Cloud9 just gets a little bit of that information, just a little bit of hanging out in chat, all of a sudden they know what to expect and they're going to know how to respond. Corelli, to that, I'll ask you that question. Somebody's jumping at you every single round. What do you do to get the win?
I feel like you can do one of two things. I feel like you can either let him kind of run at you and play a little bit farther back, kind of turn tail, whip out the knife, bunny hop away. We didn't see that too often from the opposition before, and Classics get 2-3 kills just from his ult on itself. But you could also attempt to trade as well. I don't think that's probably the best, but there is time between when he shoots his showstopper and when it lands towards you. You can get the trade on him. He only has one shot. So you can get the trade on him, especially jumping up into the air. So there is that split second, if you have the gun skill, to at least trade with the showstopper. But I don't know. I would bank on that. These are Rocket League pros, not Valorant pros. So I don't know. I don't think you put your money on that one.
Yeah, that might be the uphill battle, right? Trying to go for the trade. But game number 1 getting set up earlier today in our first match. We had a brief delay because a player had to download the game. So we'll be on pace here for match number 2. Again, these are Rocket League pros. This is the fun stuff. This is what this and just as a little bit of callback, this is what Wisdom does. Like, this is what we do here. Okay, we have fun. We throw Rocket League folks into the ringer and tell them to grab a mouse and keyboard for fun. Actually, that's interesting. Rocket League is predominantly controllers.
Yeah, it is, but there are those mouse and keyboard players, and we're starting to see more of them, honestly. And we've already learned that, despite the prejudice against the KBM players, they are just as good, if not better, than the players with controllers, the mechanical control that you have. So it is a little bit funny, but one thing I would like to point out, Classics played on controller, but on KBM, he is still pretty dang good. He's played so much Counter-Strike. I've played Counter-Strike with him before. He has an Op Dragon lore. He has an insane inventory. He's played that all the way up to global. This guy, he knows his shooters. So I think a lot of these guys, no matter what control device they're using, they're just gamers. Even Squishy's grinding in Counter-Strike as well. You see him playing in those 2v2 games quite a bit. So this will be a fun match for bragging rights on the FPS arena.
I'm excited for it. Let's jump into it. Bind is going to be our first map of the day. NRGgg previously taking down Envy, and Cloud9 toppling Soniqs to find themselves in the finals. And it looks like Fireburner and his team will be setting off and playing defense here right away. Again, 2 bomb sites on this map, A and B. B is generally able to kind of be defended by 1 or 2 players. A, you generally need a couple more on that side. And it looks like our attackers here, that's going to be NRGgg. Attackers are looking for the A push.
I think it'd be really interesting to see where Classics decides to go right off the rip. I mean, again, he is the player to watch on this NRGgg squad. And on the Raze, again, I think that was the assumption and comes true here. And it's going to be an A short push right off the bat. I think everyone gets seen in the recon bolt immediately. though they'll have to back off and have a little bit of caution here, as I think the rotation is already coming through from Cloud9. Everyone was seen on that recon bolt.
Yeah, this is absolutely where you want to start thinking about moving around. First kill, going to go to the Reyna player, and that's Justin. So a 5-on-4 as the counter rotation is pushed into B. This is going to be through Hookah, which is elevated above this bomb site. And so Cloud9 are going to have to keep this defense rolling. One player on the site is firing blindly. Will get taken down by Fireburn, but Classic trades out. Doesn't matter. Gimmicks get 2. And AJ follows up, taking down Garrett, one standing. And all of a sudden, it's a 2-on-1.
That was a great job there holding Hookah as well. AJ holding his ground with that ghost and firing a couple shots, does find a head. And so now in a 2v1 situation here.
Ooh. Shots towards Hookah as we have our player in the middle. Spike is in there. And that's the cover fire. The two players trying to defend on this Spike. And this is really, I mean, almost unthinkable. The shots trade and defenders are going to take this one. And just like that, Cloud9 find themselves up against the favorites.
And you kind of thought that if there was going to be a round that Cloud9 perhaps wins, it would be that first one. But in a Gimmick, to me, he was that key player that round. You see him getting that 3K, so good with his pistol. Accurate aim. We even saw that in the previous series. Gimmick with his flicks. Just a very accurate shooter. So you don't see as much strategy come into play, or you don't see as much abilities come into play in that first round just because of the economy situation. Is that right,
Yeah, we're seeing a couple buy-ups. Classics getting the Ghost and a Sheriff coming out from Justin as well. And they're actually just going to run right in, and they're going to find a couple trades. Gimmick gets one, Sizz trades out Gimmick. And so Sizz trying to pull up a Bulldog here and has smokes down, looking for possible plant as Fireburner takes down Sizz from Connector. Justin inside a U-Haul sees a couple grenades go out and some Classic sitting in heaven, and another couple shots come out. Justin does take down Fireburner. Now Classics tries to take down AJ. A two-piece comes out from AJ, and with just 19 health, he's in a 1v1 against Reyna here as he goes for the defuse. Halfway, he might get it one more time, and he's gonna get taken down. Justin with a 3-piece for himself.
Big plays there, and Thrifty comes up on screen, and that's to denote that that was a low expenditure round. We call those eco rounds. So pay a lot of attention to the economy. That's going to be a big part of this game. NRG lost the last round, which means they ain't got no money and they ain't got no guns. So they go out there under arsenaled, and they still take the victory. That's a big deal of about how you want to shake this up and keep things competitive. You take a look at the guns they have now, and NRG are the ones with rifles. Cloud9 went a little too hard, and now they're stuck on the back foot holding some of the smaller weaponry.
And that's just the devastating effect of, you start building up that economy. You build up the economy round after round. And that was a huge swing round. So a very important win there, not only for NRG to keep Cloud9 from getting any momentum going, but that's really going to set them back economically. But a big play from Squishy as he comes in, shooting Sizz, who was going for that ult point.
Little rookie move there, going for that ult point, unhelped out. So the lonely one goes down. 3 players standing for Cloud9. NRG 4 strong. Looking at the mini-map, the rotation away from A for the attackers. They're going to be heading towards that B site. Defenders still staying at A. Only one lone player here on the B side of the map. Players coming from both long and the other side. Shined and shot. B site going to be wide open. Energy pushing on in. And nobody here. Nobody's home. It's going to be up to Cloud9 to push back.
It's going to be a tough retake as well. Omen is stuck inside the B teleporter. Doesn't have full information here. He needs to get a little bit through a smoke out. Classic sitting in hookah waiting. See what NRG can bring, or excuse me, Cloud9, as one tries to come through defender side spawn, gets trade out. So a 4v1, and this is going to be tough. I think he's just going to stay inside there and go for the save. He's safe in there unless someone comes through the teleporter, but you can see he's holding the back of it, so they'd have to come through the teleporter backwards to try and trade on them in there, and they're just trying to spray through at this point.
Yeah, you can spam through that wall. Like you were saying, most likely just gonna save out. Excuse me, gonna save out here, and so round 3 we head on to attackers take this one, and it's 2 for NRGgg.
And this is what you expected a little bit from NRG coming out. They lost that first pistol round, but that's a very volatile round, and they even won that eco in the second round. We're seeing them dominate. They had 4 up this past round. We're really starting to see why NRG dominated so much in their first match of the day.
Already, though, NRG giving up a couple of rounds. I think that's tied, or maybe the more rounds than they gave up in the first 2 matches they played earlier. So
already a different level of competition for sure. NRG this time again poised and positioned around B. 3 players strong on the other side of the map. Cypher, the lone person looking for the rotation. So 4 strong. Here's NRG cautiously pushing into hookah. Sizz going to drop down the smokes, and it's going to be well known that B is the site. 1 down as shots inside of hookah do the job. Turbo's able to trade out 4-on-4. Information gather not good. Classics follows up. AJ trades out, and Justin down. 3 players strong for NRG, and 4 alive on the defense.
Bomb down in hookah right now for NRG. They do have control. You can see Cloud9 kind of holding the back of the B site. They still have one at A. Nobody's over there. Does feel like NRG does get a kill on Squishy back of B, and nobody picking up the bomb yet. You can see Cloud9 still holding one angle on the B side. Can he get a couple kills and buy time for Brimstone to get back? And he does not. So 3 for NRG to take down B site, and they will get a plant.
20 seconds left to go in the round. And the rotation not going to work out for Chicago. Classics with the 3-piece. And that's a 3-piece in total for NRG as we head on to round number 5 here. 3-1, NRG up.
And I do enjoy that patience from NRG, especially Classics. You saw him, again, being that vanguard on those pushes. That pick on Squishy on backside, that was really what allowed them to turn the tide in and keep that pressure going and getting them those that really strong position. And I think NRG, it's clear. I was right when I said that the Twitch chat was delusional when they were voting.
Just a little bit. Here's the A push this time around, Corelli. What's different about how you want to approach A?
Well, I think right now, especially with the composition that NRG has to break through, there's really only 1 smoke or 2 smokes that they have to get through, Brimstone and Omen. But I think the biggest thing that could turn the tide is Classic sitting on his ult. He's got 2 blast packs as well. And it looks like they already have pretty well-established control on the A Cubby side, as Gimmick does get a good Marshall shot on Classics. Turbo trying to get the plant down. He does. And now it's up to Cloud9 on the retake.
Squishy gets another 1 shot onto Turbo with the Sheriff. Full rotation as the information is gathered, and everybody's got to be here at A. And another one for AJ. Sizz goes down, and only 1 remaining as they try to defend. And the shots are good. Another one. Man, I thought that was the Cloud9 moment. I thought we were going to get another one in Cloud9's corner.
There was no chance because there was the Garrett G and Justin combo. I mean, in 2s, you can't really mess with them. You saw them peaking at the same time. And that Rocket League synergy clearly working for him here in Valorant.
One more time. Everybody be buying. So no economy discrepancy this time around. That's a big deal. Cloud9 is obviously down 3 rounds, but when we play these tack shooters, you got to take into account what guns they have, or more importantly, what guns they don't have compared to their opponents. But now everybody's got the same weaponry, and so that's what they're going to see here. NRG spreading out, not really committing to either site, and forcing Cloud9 to expend their utility. There goes Silva ult.
And there's the Classics. Ooh, missing that rocket, but he still sprays down fire.
Reyna's going to shove up her eyeball. That'll close down a couple of the opponent's eyeballs unless they take it out, and they will. And that gives a little bit of information to the players trying to take the site. NRG standing tall, but they see Razor on the corner, and so Garrett's going to come up long and look for the counter, but it's already taken care of. 2 players for NRG, 2 players for Cloud9.
I believe AJ had the operator as well, so now you see Classics picking that up, holding an angle, 3 health. It's going to give up that angle right as somebody was coming around the corner.
Oof. Chicago's going to win that gunfight as Classics goes down. And it's a 2-on-2. Make that a 2-on-1 as Garrett and Gimmick both get shots. And again, Justin winds up on top. He was number 2 last time around, but this time, never mind. I was going to say Classics getting outdone by Justin.
It's a pretty equal effort, really. Turbo and Sizz. I mean, we saw Sizz get shot with the Sheriff when he was trying to push on the B site. So Sizz not really making as much of an impact, but Classics, Garrett, and Justin all fragging out. And Corelli, my question is when you are losing games like this, what do you change in Valorant? Like in Rocket League, it's so much mental, but there's so much strategy involved in Valorant. What do you start doing to mix it up?
I feel like you have to find the weakness in either site, and I think right now Cloud9 are really struggling, but you also have to win your gunfights, and that's just not happening. NRG doing a better job. I also want to point out Justin has been playing his life really well. He's been the last 1 or 2 players alive for NRG in many of their matches, and he's been able to clutch up. And of course, we know Justin in Rocket League to be so clutch, so powerful, so strong, and he's doing that here even in Valorant right now, doing such a great job of keeping himself alive and keeping things going for NRG.
You know, that's definitely something that I think is translatable between the 2 games is when you play tac shooters and your whole team's dead and they're watching you, like everybody here is watching Cloud9's lone player trying to retake. That's a nerve-wracking feeling. And so if you're clutch in your other games, that'll come through here as well. But Turbo's playing rather aggressively with the AWP. It's questionable, but when you're up 4 rounds, you do what you want. So.
Cloud9 as well, they've been a little slow on the rotation. There's been a couple times where NRG all go to B, and Cloud9 don't have a player rotating from A. Fireburner picks up one just for the road, just to rub it into Turbo Pulse's face.
That's so bad. That's not even a little bad or medium bad. That's
but the economy is so good for NRG. You see Justin 9,000 credits, Garrett 7,000 credits. They can afford to buy Turbo that gun. So I don't think Turbo feels too bad trying to take Fireburner up on that. If they can do some economic damage and keep Cloud9 poor, I think that's exactly what they want to do. So not the worst from Turbo.
Here's that aggressive raise play, but this time it's AJ. Not going to be Classics like we saw in the match 1 for NRG. So AJ can do that as well.
I like it from AJ. Give Classics a taste of his own medicine. They've actually, Classics isn't really running over them right now. They've done a good job to kind of play patient with them. As a couple trades come out, Cloud9, this could be their chance as they get 3 on the NRG side. Turbo Pulse are kind of left wondering where everyone is with those Brimstone smokes down. And Squishy still holding the angle here on A short. The bomb might just come up as it's creeping around behind A short.
Certainly got an eye on it. Cloud9 still has 1 player on B, which is the right call. It seems dumb because we have all the information, but Cloud9 still doesn't know that NRG is looking to hard commit here. And the reason they don't know is because NRG isn't looking to hard commit. Look at the minimap. There's a slow rotation towards B.
And I just
slowly making it there.
I just mentioned it, Cloud9 being a little slow on the rotate, but now you can see all 3 players from A. They kind of can smell it. It's been too long. If they were going to push A, they would have gone now. So they're coming over to B, and they just have 1 player there. And you should be able to hear it here. Classics trying to find out where this player is. Uses a blast pack over to Octagon here. He's in the corner. Classics didn't see him, but with 4 health, can't get the trade. And Fireburner takes him down with a 3K.
Nice play there, Fireburner, bringing a second round win for Cloud9. That was honestly very well played by Cloud9. Usually when we see a lead like this, you're stealing rounds, you're getting lucky, the opponent's making mistakes. That was crafted by C9. Very well done to defend their sites.
And now we see two operators, AJ and Squishy, both having them. So now they can try to keep a little bit of distance from this aggro NRG team. We'll see how those ops come into play in the early round.
My eyes are down.
Couple of shots coming out towards mid. This is where the majority of NRG's pushes have come from. But this time it looks like they're showing a little bit more love to the B site. Now you can see that the spike is left back, and that's intentional. What happens is NRG is looking for picks. They're just going to spread out and see if they can kill somebody. And if they get that player, they'll push to whatever spot has less people involved. The reason for leaving the spike at home is so that if you get killed while trying to be James Bond, you don't drop the spike in enemy quarters either. Now you see the commit to B. There's the spike pickup in a full rotation. And Fireburner getting burned by the Classic.
Oh, I love that strat. You put up that eye, you get people focusing on it, and then during that time, Classic's flying around like a bat out of hell with his rocket. That is the play.
Big guns coming out of labs here. The op is taking down GiantSlayerTV, and GiantSlayerTV Hookah might be the target. And that's that. Attackers take this one. Lucky number 7 for NRG.
NRG have been favoring that B side now because Squishy had been holding A short with that op. It's tough to break through if you don't get a smoke on it. Squishy does not have enough money here to buy an op unless maybe Fireburner might want to buy it for him. It doesn't look like it. He can't anyways. Fireburner still has to full buy. So looks like 3 guns for Cloud9 here, 2 going with pistols, and 2 of them don't even have shields. So bit of a save from 2 players from Cloud9. This could be NRG to get to their 8th here in this first half.
Yeah, this one should be a half eco here from Cloud9. Like you said, the 2 pistol players will probably split up onto either site, ensuring that there's firepower either side. B has been the go-to. Once you get these long-range rifles, players can kind of contend over long a little bit better. Squishy and Fireburner didn't really contend at all this round. 5 versus 3. NRG with about a minute to go, still have yet to commit to a site, but are showing their hand on B. Cloud9 making the rotation along the backside. 2 players here to contend with NRG's 3. Both players repped in labs. One's going to be close, and the other's going to be coming around from the other side. And there's eyes. Here's the shot, and the shot's good. Flawless victory, as Mortal Kombat would say. And NRG finds number 8.
And I love the Reyna play. I love seeing Reyna in that Empress when she uses her dismiss and she goes invisible, kind of able to sneak up. We saw it in a previous match. Reyna, that invisibility is just so strong in a tactical shooter. You can reposition, you can sneak up behind players, and again, seeing it there, that player turned around, didn't see her at first, and all of a sudden she's in your face.
Yeah, Justin was clean on that peek. You saw how close he was to the edge, just really quickly shoulder peeking that, getting that intel, allowing himself to get set up for that frag, and NRG just steamrolling. See if Cloud9 has an answer. They've been able to stop a steamrolling NRG before. Gimmick does get that first kill on Classics, but Garrett getting one on AJ, and we're back to 4v4.
That's instincts, baby. Just had the information on the player on the right-hand side, knew to check that corner. That's just time in the gym.
Something interesting to note as well, no Sage between the 2 teams. She's incredibly meta in any capacity, whether it's a public lobby or competitive. Sage, her wall just in itself, the healing is so strong. Neither team opting to go with Sage here.
Yeah, if you don't have a Sage in your ranked game and you're the last one to pick, you get yelled at to pick Sage. Everyone likes to focus on the healing, but I actually think the wall and the slow are her most valuable aspects. But if you say that a composition doesn't need a Sage, you will be roasted. So it's interesting to see our players come out here without going in that direction. B-site going to be the target. Wow. Squishy, Justin, Turbo, Garrett. That's NRG. And 1 remaining here for C9. The Omen player. Where are you? Back labs. I think Garrett has eyes, and the bomb plan should be good.
Oh, Gimmick hitting that frag through the blockade. That was a pretty lucky kill, I would say, but playing the numbers, hoping that someone would stand there.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. but Gimmick's wrong after the fact.
Gimmick looking for a
Take it down
double
there.
jump there, didn't get it. He was jumping around as he knew a couple players were coming, but a good effort. It's tough approaching from that defender's side there. There's really only one way into the site, and everyone can just hold it. So good effort. Cloud9 still only 2 rounds here. It's what NRG have been doing to everyone so far in the competition. Cloud9 though have looked the best against them so far.
But still, look at the guns that they're having to rock. You know, so you see a Spectre, a bull. It looked like a Bulldog there. They're not really getting all the guns that they really need to combat NRG. Meanwhile, NRG, all the best guns, full arsenal, taking it to Cloud9. There's just not much in favor of Cloud9 right now.
Not at all. Cloud9 very far away from the 9K that NRG each have in their pockets here. A little bit of obfuscation coming out from our Brimstone, and Classic's going to take advantage of it. Mid, Justin finds Squishy as well. Classic's going over the top, doesn't find anybody with the odd angle. There's nobody to find the lone defender at A in showers. The rotation back to get the bomb. Are they going to go A or B? They will make the full rotation of B, but they just cleared out A.
They've really given Cloud9 a juke here multiple times. They really force A into the cubby, into A short, and then they back off and they all run out to B. And you can see Cloud9 have left one player on A multiple times because they're so convinced that NRG is going to go. I think Gimmick here is just going to opt for the save. I don't know if he wants to take on the
It's always been
entirety.
Gimmick as well. It seems like Gimmick is always 1v4, 1v3, last player back. And yeah, now we'll see if he's... Oh, he does get vision here. We'll see if he tries to make a little bit of an aggressive play, lock them in, try to force them into the explosion area.
He's going to meet up with Classics. I know Classics wants to back off. I don't know what Gimmick's going to do here. He might just try and get a kill or something. He could just get out from the bomb explosion with this teleporter here. He's actually just going to go.
Ninja.
What's another death?
Did he get it? I don't think he did it.
Oh, they hurt him! Oh! He went for it. I love it. And he gets 3 people that die to the bomb. So even though he doesn't get the defuse, he did have all those players turn around and come back within the radius of the explosion. That was a play there from Gimmick. You know, 3. He doesn't get credit for those 3 kills, but those 3 deaths were from him. Didn't really matter though, as it was halftime.
Yeah. Realistically, it's a moral victory.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that, and that's probably why I'm not a Valorant caster. Is that in halftime, you know, you don't need to, you shouldn't try to save. You just gotta go.
Like I said, it's a moral victory. You know, you got him, right?
I'll show that Brimstone true power.
Tough crowd, I guess.
First round. I was waiting for Corelli to laugh or say something. Corelli's just so unreliable. But now pistol round, and ooh, 2 kills right away. We saw Cloud9 win the first pistol round of the game. Second pistol round. See them continuing to knock players off of NRG. Justin getting taken out.
Firing blindly into all of the smokes is AJ. And the run is on. A site. A site. Clear as day. And the spike will go down, and we'll see if the NRG guys can retake.
Right now, everyone from Cloud9 kind of holding the same angle. NRG are going to get up into heaven and through connector, and Chicago does take out Sizz. So 1 left for NRG, and Chicago right in the face of Turbo Pulse, who gets a 3K here in the first round in the pistols, and a good start here for Cloud9.
Not so bad, and Cloud9 gonna go all in here. Now, real light primer on economy, because this is the more complicated side of the game. This is where you're getting your flip resets and your double touches, right? So usually after 1 round victories, we see teams go to the submachine guns before all the way jacking it up to the assault rifles. The submachine guns are less powerful, but they're more inexpensive. So should you buy and lose, you can come back with it again. This all-out buy of assault rifles from C9, if they lose this round, Corelli, they're kind of up a creek without a paddle for the subsequent round.
Right. They spend most, if not all, of their economy to force this, and right now it's going even. But I think Cloud9's philosophy is they just want to force another win and put NRG in a bad spot in economy and try and win with as many players alive right now for Cloud9 because it was a very expensive buy. And they are fighting for this site. AJ takes out Classic, so Raid Boss is down on the NRG side. Cloud9 doing a great job here with these weapons. It's what you want, but the spike goes down. He never got through A short. So a bit of a stall here from NRG.
Just a little bit. Justin's going to be taken down by AJ. One remaining for Cloud9, the Omen player. And Energy has 2 strong. Gimmick, again, the LMS, the only one here. Energy 1 doesn't even go down. I thought Gimmick would at least trade, but it's Garrett through the wall. And we are on number 11.
And even worse, Garrett picks up that Vandal. So not only do Cloud9 force the buy, but then they give up a gun as well. So Garrett's economy even better now that he gets to walk away with that Vandal. And NRG 2 rounds away here from taking home the first map.
And again, sort of this is the consequence of what I was talking about. You see 2 pistols, a baby shotgun here. You know, Cloud9 are not equipped for this fight. But I think they had to go full buy last time around because of the dire situation they're in. Energy with control of the game. Oh, AJ, pop.
Even goes down over the body to kind of hover over it and exert authority.
Just a little bit. B site empty. A site the place to be. AJ the guy to be. So he takes down Classics for his 2nd kill of the contest.
I really like this play. Sitting lamps with shotgun. You force people into those close quarters and you take them out. Classics walked right into that. Now AJ upgrading his gun, getting a Vandal. He'll be able to do some damage.
Spike down. Turbo Pulse. Garrett's actually going to go down. AJ has 3 kills this round.
Let's see if Turbo's got it.
And
he might.
I think Turbo's bottom fragging. He's got the LMG. I would probably go out on a limb and say there's a 100% chance Cloud9 wins this. 100%.
Uh-oh. You know, if he wins this, James, it's going to get clipped and sent to him. He's going to flame you on his Twitter. Never mind.
AJ was just sitting in lamps. He was dominant. AJ, that round was all AJ. AJ getting those shotgun kills, upgrading to the Vandal, taking out Garrett, who was sitting up overlooking site. So that round was all AJ.
Yeah, I believe 4 kills for AJ as well. And that, that was a player I talked about a little bit coming into Squishy. He's sitting at 4 and 13, but Gimmick and AJ have really stepped up things for Cloud9. And it's a long road back here, F-Dot, but Cloud9, they're giving NRG a little something to worry about here.
I mean, this is the beginning. That's one of the big differences, I think. Queen! No way! No way!
Oh,
Chicago wins the impossible gun battle. That was cool, but I'm blaming Energy. You just can't lose those fights.
No, those were awful shots from Garrett and Turbo. Chicago absolutely just embarrassed him there on B long.
Just can't do that.
I don't know. I don't know what Turbo's history is with FPS, but I don't know, and I don't know how much time he spent.
Oh, the shorty from above gets Classics a kill, but he'll be traded out. Fireburner and Chicago, the ones to close out the round. It's 5-11 here. And Energy.
I want to see Turbo perspective. He's Sova. I think, Sova, he's who I play. I'm not very good at Valorant. I just want to see, from his perspective, how he's choosing to utilize his ability. I think his E and his drone can be so good for entry fragging, and also on defense, just trying to spot out where that push is coming from. So I want to see how Turbo's using that drone defense and using that E defensive.
Shots coming out as Classics has the op, and AJ does not have an opportunity to play this time around. Squishy, though, puts Justin on the bench, and it's a 4-4 game. Gimmick shortens Energy by 1. Classics, the MVP, is going to sit down as well, and now it's up to Energy's role players to really make this round count. Cloud9 right now looking to make it past that halfway point, and with the Sova ult, Squishy, can he find it? Oh, he can't? The wiggles are good?
Yeah, it got away just to the left there. It's a great combo with that owl drone, and then using the Hunter's Fury there on Sova. You can kind of mark them and then use that mark to track them. As Fireburner chokes the shots on Sizz. Sizz wasn't even looking at him. And gets him on the turn. Orbital strike here at A short as the plant trying to get down now on A.
Ooh, another one goes down, and the spike has been placed. Oh, Pulse!
I'm sorry, Turbo, please. Turbo, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I ever questioned your ability. Look at him getting just going for the kill again. He's ulting on him. He can't.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness, Turbo. That is a classic Turbo play, man. He's just a winner. He's a winner. You know, Matt, even if he's having a bad series, he knows how to clutch it.
That's my guy. That's my guy all of a sudden. It's hard to like kind of taunt and celebrate in Rocket League, but here we could do it. And Turbo, turning up. You love to see it. What I love about that moment, Turbo's bottom frag, and he's 6-11. He's not doing well.
It cuts the deepest when the bottom fragger ults your dead body like that. That is gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's how to me that's just such a confident play. Turbo knows that he can use his ult on a disrespectful move, and they're still going to be able to win. That's just confidence in his team. I love the play.
Ain't that the truth? AJ playing on the Rays, tossing one up to heaven, won't find it. NRGgg already cut one short by Squishy, I believe, with the opening frag. A is the choice for the attackers. And the scout's not going to do much work here. One up in heaven, but everybody else planted the spike. Gimmick gets another kill.
Here, Gimmick. I think want to use his ult, and he will use his ult. Does have a lot of health here, and he's going to go right into heaven. Soma's right in his face, and he will send him back to where he came from. Gimmick, great frag there on Sizz on top of the bomb, and still Gimmick fighting with just 19 health here by U-Haul. Garrett might find the angle. Gonna pick up the Vandal and play towards Shroud. Gimmick still going here. Can he do this himself?
Teleport to get on the other side, but it's right in the crosshairs of Garrett. Little strike, dodged out, but the bullets not quite. And just like that, folks, Chicago does a good job, but dies out. Match point for NRGgg, but Cloud9 have shortened the lead very much so, in a very different match from game number one.
You know, I feel like the difference is Cloud9 are just winning more gunfights, especially in that A short. You saw AJ be a little bit more aggressive with his ult. He didn't get anyone, but he got himself in through towards U-Haul. And they just had a better idea of how NRGgg are approaching that A site. I'm curious to know if they're going to keep going. It looks like they may go B this time.
Seems to be it seems to be the play. I think Squishy is here just to create noise and distraction, luring NRGgg over to that A site. But the push has already been over to B. Sizz takes care of Fireburner in the mid on the way to that bomb site. Now, Spike going to be down here, and Cloud9 have to recover. NRGgg seem to have control of the situation. Making their way over to B by way of their own side of the map. Players have solidified themselves, but not really going for it as the spike was still there. A couple of defenders still on A.
Chicago did take down Classics. AJ checking his corners here inside Hookah on the left side. Assumes it's clear, and AJ still, he doesn't know if he's going to check this corner to the right. Brimstone's there, and it's Sizz who will take out AJ. Gets traded out by Squishy. And Turbo letting the opposition move on to the site. Here's Squishy. Might find one on the elbow. Trying to get some more information with that recon bolt as he throws it in off the back wall, and it's going to be Squishy to plant it down.
And I really like that play from Squishy, getting that recon bolt. Now he's going to get the spray down on Garrett. Gimmick takes down Turbo, but Justin taking out Squishy. It's going to be a 2v1 for Justin. And he's taken down by Chicago. The play from Justin couldn't quite clutch it out. But what I was going to say was I loved that play from Squishy. Just playing that objective, getting that recon bolt right above the door so he can push out, get that clean plant. That once you get that plant, it puts your team in such a better position to win the round, Krilly.
I think for right now, NRG, they're a bit in shambles on the econ side, so it looks like it's going to be a bit of another save coming out. Full buy for Cloud9. And Cloud9 just trying to get to that 12th round. That's when everything gets reset. Ults get reset, and you get 5,000 credits to spend on both sides. Both teams get that, and it's for Cloud9. I think they're just benefiting off of putting NRG in the hole right now on the econ side of things.
Absolutely. Cloud9 have done a fantastic job of trying to dig themselves out of the grave that they, well, kind of dug themselves. But I think really what happened was Cloud9 came into this one kind of really confident off of their last win and went, oh, Energy is really about this life. And they kind of settled down, and now we're seeing them play a little bit more, not even slowly, but more meticulously.
Oh.
But it doesn't seem to be a match for Justin, and that bang, 2 off of the Sheriff.
Still opportunity here for Cloud9 if they can get in through U-Haul. It is smoked off. AJ is going to opt to run through the smoke here. A couple players still on the A site for NRG, but a good black pack here from AJ to make some players scatter out. And Justin now a third headshot with the Sheriff. 3K so far for him. NRG hanging on with Justin right now. Bomb moved through showers here, and Fireburner does take out Justin in the end. Fireburner with that Reyna ult has to dodge the grenade in Empress right now and see if he can get the plant down. He will go for it.
Spike has been planted. And it's Fireburner and Gimmick versus 1. It's going to be Classics here. If there's anybody you want in this moment, it's going to be Classics. Has the information, one on site. Doesn't know where the other one is. Could be up heaven. Could be to the back left or to the front left. It is the back left. Shorty gets one down. No information. Now has it. Back sight. Waiting. Doesn't hit the first opportunity. Fakes again. Misses the second opportunity. Fakes a third time. Gonna look to stick. Looks for it. Loses the fight. And attackers push it to round number 21 as it's 8-12.
Ooh, this has been a fun series to watch. It looked like NRG was just going to waltz to the bank, cash in the win. But Cloud9 fighting to the end, and that was a huge play from Gimmick. Literally, the match, or the game, or the map round. That was the determining factor. That could have been it. This could have been the map for NRG. Gimmick stepping up, making a clutch play. And in Classics, like you said, Crowley, that is the player that they were hoping for NRG would be able to bring it to him.
Well, and I gotta say that I don't want to take anything away from Gimmick's clutch there, but the double blast pack, it moves so fast. It looks like he just jumps on a slip and slide onto the site so quickly in the face of Fireburner there. And Classics knows that he can catch players off guard with that. It's so fun to watch. You saw it so far here a couple times, even with his ult. It's so good.
Oh, long range shots coming up from heaven and sends them right back to, well, wherever they came from. Sizz through the wall takes down AJ as well. And look who's left. It's Gimmick and one more. NRG pretty strong, although they are without Classics, their MVP. Justin knows the information. Has one player coming out from A main. It's Chicago, and he's going to charge forward. Ults the site, catches one, Justin in the ground. 2 players left to play defense for NRG. And it's still just Gimmick and his boy. Gimmick. Planting. And they see it. They're shooting him through the boxes. They're going through the... Oh, nope. Teleport's good. No, it's not. And now they got to defend.
It's up to Chicago here. Gets one with Garrett. 2 more, excuse me. Brimstone is weak. A couple sprays come out, and it's going to be Turbo through the box to get Chicago.
And just like that, baby, game 1. All said and done. NRG. A little bit of resistance there. And Cloud9 will wind up with the L, but NRG here, like I said, just like last time, take the victory.
And I think, I am really reassured by Cloud9's performance. It started out ugly for Cloud9. They did get that pistol round win, but then immediately losing that second round despite having the economic advantage. And then things just got out of hand for a little portion of that game, but they ended up battling back. So I think that this is going to be now a chance for them to go into this next map knowing that they can hang with NRG. And it seemed like they started to find an answer to Classics the longer that map went on.
Like I said, this one, the Cloud9 just seemed to be on the wrong foot in the beginning, but then kind of get things together later on, Corelli.
Yeah, I think so. I think that they were a little bit slow to react on some of the takes that NRG had. You see 1-2 players kind of lingering at the A site while everyone from NRG are rushing B. So I feel like Cloud9 figured that out and they were much better. Look, maybe they're just an attack side team. I don't know.
Sure.
Cloud9 did much better. AJ and Gimmick clutch throughout that map, but in the end, still falling here to NRG. And I think it does come down to that 1v1 gun skill you saw from NRG, just a little bit above Cloud9 right now.
A little bit, but Gimmick was absolutely there. And here's something, you know, when you're watching these style games, if somebody is consistently the last man standing, they're either doing something very wrong or very right. Either they're not getting involved enough to actually get shot, or they're just that good. And that's what we saw to Gimmick. Over 20 kills by himself, able to kind of maintain that composure and consistently being the LMS. What really worked out for Cloud9 was towards the middle of the game, when not only he was able to be the last man standing, but he was able to find himself with a teammate. If Cloud9 can do that a little bit more together, James, I think we've got a game number 2 here.
I certainly think so, and we saw how good they were playing on the attacking end, which you see a lot of people struggle with that. So if they've got that part of their game figured out, defensively they're just going to need to figure out how to stop NRG. So that'll be the part that I'm looking to. Cloud9 on the defending side, what are they going to mix up? Whether it's mixing up who's playing together, or maybe they're going to change something else up to try to figure things out. But that's what I want to see, is how are Cloud9 going to defend these bomb sites, or spike sites, I should say.
I agree. You know, last point before we toss to break, I think that watching the economy management, look, this is a fun tournament. We're trying not to get too into the nitty gritty, but that was the difference between these two teams. I saw good strategy, good rotation, and you should expect good communication. These are Rocket League squads. They know how to open up passing lanes, so they know how to make it from point A to point B like that. The Bullets got to do it too. We'll be right back with Game B after this. And we're back, just like those dinosaurs. What's good? It's F. Dodd, joined by James Bot and Corelli one more time. Moving into game 2 of the set. You squinted. You didn't get that
I
one?
was trying to think about. No, I didn't. I didn't get it.
I didn't get it either. I'm sorry.
In the 90s, there was an animated movie called We're Back, a dinosaur story, kind of like Fern Gully. It's a deep cut. Somebody
I
in
don't
chat
know what
will know.
Fern Gully is either.
I think
You
you're
know
making yourself sound like a dinosaur
I'm
right
gonna have
now.
to start googling things. Fern
Raven
Gully.
will be our next map here for NRGgg versus Cloud9. Again, if you're just joining us, this is Rocket League plays Valorant, baby. NRG took down the Envy boys. Cloud9 took down Soniqs, and here we are getting super. 13-8 was the score for map number 1. NRG, yeah, they got it, man. Classics is a ringer, and Justin is just as good with the guns as he is on the steering wheel. Across the way, though, Cloud9, they stumbled in the early game and found their footing later on. I had kind of pointed at some economy woes. If they had handled their early game a little bit better, I think that mid game that they did well in might have came sooner. And with that reflection, I'm expecting this to be a very different game from Cloud9. James Bond, how do you feel?
I'm with you. I think it'll be very different, but I think if Cloud9 loses the pistol rounds, they will lose the series. I think the pistol rounds are going to be really key rounds for them to get ahead on that economy game. They just can't lose that follow-up round like we saw them lose on the last map. So if we can see Cloud9 get wins in those rounds, and it looked like they were very good in the pistol round. So if they can keep that going, and also figure out a little bit on how to vend those sights a little bit against the aggression from Classics pushing in, I think that Cloud9 does have the chance to win this map and send it into map 3.
When we look at their Rocket League team, you know, when we look at Cloud9's Rocket League team, let's break down their communication there, because the gameplay is not going to translate. We know that it's a car versus a gun, but the communication and the team style absolutely will. So, Corelli, what kind of aspects from NRG, whether they're aggressive, passive, or otherwise, will we see in their gameplay today?
I think we've already saw it. Honestly, when Turbo Pulsa gets a clutch and he starts ulting dead bodies, that's the type of personality, that's the type of communication that you're going to see from NRG. And that's the type of stuff they do when things are going well for them. They kind of snowball the good vibes. And Turbo Pulsa, if he wants to Hunter's Fury a dead body, that's some good vibes in the NRG side.
I honestly think that's when they started losing rounds too.
Okay.
But no, I like the point that you're making, and also I think it can't be understated. Sizz must be in-game leading. He is definitely the IGL over for NRG. He might be the loudest. He might be all of those things, but NRG. I think they're still the favorite going into this one, and it could be more one-sided than the last game if they get those pistol round wins.
We'll certainly see. I like that you keep going back to those pistol rounds because I promised we wouldn't get too deep, but I'm just going to say that if Cloud9 had gone for the subs instead of the assault rifles round 2, I think we look at a completely different score. And like I said when I kind of introed this pregame conversation, Cloud9, they're a pro team, and the difference between gamers and pro, these guys are going to watch the VOD. Trust me, I have run fun tournaments in other games before where everybody's like, yeah, we're gonna play like poker and it's gonna be fun and nobody cares. And then after 2 matches, these guys are competitive for a living. They're like, we gotta break down the VOD, we gotta look at how they work, we gotta see their favorite location, and we have to murder them. Like, that's what's happening right now in between games. Do not doubt it at all.
I don't. I mean, we've seen how serious Gimmick was playing that one round. You saw Classics. He used the satchel jump to shotgun Fireburner, and then the peak game between him and Gimmick. That was a fun round to watch. These guys are sweating. You can tell they're sweating. It is for fun, but it's also a rarity that when you are a pro player for a different game, you don't really get many chances like this to play a game that you really enjoy, but you're not a pro in, to play it seriously and try to get that win in a setting where you really are giving it your best. And I think that's what's been fun to watch.
Yeah. Also, you just you can't take it out of these guys. If you've ever met an esports pro and some commentators, like, so when we run some of the broadcasts, the guys like to play 2-on-2s before we cast and start it up. Corelli gets real sweaty. Corelli needs to get matches. He needs to win.
I'm competitive, man. All right. I get it. I understand. I'm super competitive. I don't like losing. I get mad when I lose. So,
I was actually going to bring up, I think Corelli might be the only caster who's gotten a chat ban.
That is not true. That is not true. That is not true. I've never been chat banned.
Okay. All right. I mean,
my chat checked, but it was not bannable.
Okay, all right. I will say that. I've played with you, and you chirp, Corelli, because you are a competitive guy, and I think it's very likely that they're chirping at each other over some comms, maybe Discord, during these games.
Without a doubt, I have no doubt in the world. We're gonna jump into game number 2 in just a little bit. Players are getting ready and getting their things set up. Now, I've seen Corelli, and listen, as a man from New York City, everything we do is a little bit loud, and a little bit proud, but also a little bit respectful, and I'm here for it, Corelli. I'm gonna be your absolute enemy on the battlefield, and I'm gonna let you know it. But after the game, if you did well, I'll respect it. If you didn't do well, I'm going to let you know that too. But there's a line, and Corelli rides it, and I'm here for it, and I respect it. That's all I'm going to say about that one. So Haven,
I like that.
Haven will be our location, and location. Not just a phrase. There are 3 spike locations on this map: A, B, and C. B, right at the middle, super aggressive. That's where you're going to see your eco plays. C is a little bit more long range. Long C is effective, and we're going to see sniper rifles. So look for the C rush a little bit later. A tends to be where players want to move towards in the beginning of the game because there's a couple of different angles, and frankly, it's just all the way on the right side. So you can just shove there, and that might be where the pistols lie. Corelli, you play a whole bunch of Valorant. Where do you like to go round 1?
Well, round 1, I love bum rush and C. I'm all for bum rush and C. You throw down the smokes and you run in with pistols. That is not what Cloud9 is going to do. It's a little bit more of an ill-advised tactic. They're getting some information on both sides of the map right now. You can see Breach looking around on the C side, looking for that Sova. And you can also see them moving up through mid here, as well as Cloud9 pushing aggressively here. And I like it. No bomb pickup, but they do have control of garage. That's a very key piece of the map. You want to control Squishy. He's going to go down to some raised grenades from Classics, and Classics going to be taken out. Classics going to take down Gimmick.
And that drone did so much damage to Squishy, and then Classics knew that someone was there because the drone went off, throws the nade, it gets the kill, then pushes in. Classics very comfortable on raids. He gets taken down by Chicago. Justin trading that kill with Chicago. And now Cloud9 2 up. 4 for NRG. This pistol round looking rough for Cloud9.
Yeah, this was a little bit different. You heard Corelli say like bum rush C, and I was like, people are going to shove A. That's the expectation on the pistol round. Fast and loose. This time around, a little bit more, well, cautious, but not successful.
It just, I mean, I'm kind of a noob. Like, I'll admit I'm a noob, but I know that when you're a pistol round, especially when you're on a map with 3 bomb sites, you've got to take advantage of your numbers. You just got to take advantage of your numbers and push into any site. And we just saw Cloud9 play that really slow, and I just don't know if that was the right approach, because although they did get info, they're also giving that info away. And it just allowed NRG to situate and set up for just stopping them in the tracks.
Something I want to point out, NRG picking up some ghosts. I think one of them has a shorty as well. You know, F-Dot, you're talking about buying up the Spectres. Classics ended up doing it, but a lot of teams just like to pick up the ghosts because you know. Oh, nobody hears him. He's gonna ask them. Oh my goodness, Classics!
Oh my goodness!
The disrespect from this man to run down A long like that. Nobody heard him, and he's hit 4.
He even whipped his first swing and set up and schwacked them. Classics chopping wood.
The disrespeckies coming out here. Number 2 for energy and number 2 overall. Man, if Cloud9 had any wind in their sails, a round like that takes it away. I can't even be serious right now. That was rough.
Classics. I mean, the noob in me makes me want to just start shooting right away. But Classics, he went for that next level of play.
Oh yeah. He goes through and winds up winning it for his team. Energy spread out. It looks like C is going to be the push here. 3 players strong. The other 2 spread out looking for the counter rotation. 2 kills for Squishy as they break the site. 1 left in the back of C towards the left. And Cloud9 have to be aware. They see the shots. They're well aware, but they can't get over the hump to get the kill. Turbo walks out. Easy for Squishy. That's the 3-piece for Mr. Muffins. And the spike will be planted. And it's up to Cloud9 to retake.
I think Garrett's going to be bent by 2 here. Gets 1, has to reload. So Cloud9 do have the information. I think Garrett's just trying to get some exit frags here at this point, kind of forcing the fight with Breach here. And he does get taken out. It's AJ with the Vandal headshot. Garrett will go down, and Cloud9, that was a great take on C. Aggressive, gets a couple entry frags and just rush in with those smokes. That's the power of Brimstone. NRG do not have a Brimstone, so they will not have as many smokes. They did switch up one of their agents. They have a Breach now.
And it looked like Squishy got a kill on Classics, perhaps through the smoke. I wasn't quite sure, but Squishy, that was a very good push from him, getting that 3-piece to open up the bomb site. That entry frag, or the entry fragging really, what set Cloud9 up to get that first round win.
A little bit of breach action out of garage, but B seems to be the push here for our Cloud9 attackers this time around. AJ with a nice shot, taking down Justin, trying to find anyone else, but there is no one else on the left side. The right side, however, there will be a shot, and it'll be taken, and it'll find a home. AJ sits down, and it's a 3-on-4. Cloud9 with the number advantage. Previously looking for B, now turning their sights onto C, which still has one defender left. And it's Turbo finding not just one, but 2, and lights have been turned off for him.
Yeah, it was a tough position. Everyone was going. He got 2 though, so it was a good trade in the end for him. Looks like Cloud9 will get the bomb. Down 2 left here for NRG. Classic still alive as he's fighting with the op back towards defender's side spawn. Chicago is going to get taken down by Garrett. Now the numbers even out. Cloud9 now numbers down actually as NRG do push through. Classics with the headshot on Fireburn, and they do get the retake.
Easy peasy round win. Garrett, Classics working together. I liked the plays that I was seeing from Fireburner. He was holding down backside, trying to prevent Classics from pushing. He had the eye watching, and I believe it's Lear or Lair, right? That's a pretty good ability name, I would say. Is it Lair to C? in Spanish and also leering at someone staring at him.
Ah, I see.
It's pretty cool.
I see what
name.
he's going with. I think it's just Lear, though.
It's just
Okay,
Lear.
all right. But okay, I'm just saying because the agent is from Mexico.
That's true.
That's
So-
not wrong.
So I mean, which one is it, or is it both?
Well,
I have no
anybody
idea.
Anybody know if the agent's a Pokemon trainer? Because it's also a Pokemon move that lowers defense of the opposition.
All right, F dot
True.
wins. F dot wins.
A push here coming out from Cloud9 as they find themselves down 2 rounds. Breach making a whole bunch of noise and everybody gets their head rattled. Still, he is where the push is, and Squishy gonna walk in, has the flank, not the shot. Justin and Garrett take down AJ and Squishy, but the response from Fireburner is momentary as the rest go the way of NRGgg.
I feel
Cloud9
like
rotating.
this is a really good example. I know Fireburner's still alive here with Empress, and this is absolutely doable, actually. Hold on a second. If he can get a kill and then dismiss in, he will become invisible, and that really will throw out the defense. Everyone's here at A, though. He could just rotate out as well. Could get one here, has the orb to use, and he's not going to use it quite yet. I don't even know if he can use it. And it does disappear in the end, and he doesn't end up using that orb. He could have at least gotten out of there if he had used the dismiss, and he doesn't.
And I did look up that word, and that's layer is actually to read, so I'm a complete idiot. And, you guys were 100% right. So I apologize.
Well, I'm glad we hired you for the English broadcast, James, because your English is fantastic.
Hey, man, thank you. Gracias.
De nada.
Lo siento, mi amigos.
No problema. No problema.
Es muy tonto, pero NRGgg up here, 4-1. Cloud9 trying their best to get back on into it. And the switch up to Breach seems to be a good move here. Although not really getting the frags, certainly impacting the battlefield.
And
I
one
love
thing I
Breach.
did want to touch on as well was gimmick change from Omen to Raze.
Yeah.
So I was curious to see how much of an impact Gimmick would have, because it seemed like he was playing Omen quite well.
Ooh, nice shot there here from Justin as he finds his 3rd kill of the round. A little bit easy here for NRGgg as they're just going around. Honestly, there's 5 lurkers in this round. Nobody's really playing particularly tactical. It just seems about get the other guy down. The spike will head towards nowhere. Still in mid.
Yeah, I think this last man on Cloud9 is getting pigeonholed into this back C side as NRGgg. I think they know where he is. They just don't know how to approach it right now. And he's peeking with his shoulder right now. Classics doesn't get the pick. But unfortunately, he's going to run right into Justin for a 4K here in this round. And NRGgg steamrolling Cloud9 right now.
And that's kind of what you'd expect. Classics again, Justin again, Garrett all up there, sitting at 4 and 2. Sizz down at the bottom. Turbo even positive, 4 and 2. But you see a lot of the work continuing to come out from Classics and Justin. And Garrett's just another solid player that you can count on to keep getting these frags. NRGgg, they're just out fragging, out aiming, out everything right now against Cloud9. Cloud9, it just feels like they need someone calling a strat.
It really does. A couple of these seem to have been kind of abandoned, a little bit less controlled than we saw in game number 1. But this time around, Cloud9 have a clear strategy, and the strategy is B. They're swarming the site, but they're a little trepidatious. One place, Chicago's already there.
Yeah.
Cloud9 can push and follow up, and yet they don't.
NRGgg got a little distracted there. Chicago just walked on in like it was his house at B. Nobody was there. And on the rotation, Sizz trying to get the turn on Squishy. He gets traded out.
I know exactly.
And another goes goes down.
Oh my god, if NRGgg can pull this off, Cloud9 was in such a good position. Classics getting taken down by AJ. Huge frag from AJ. But Chicago had done so much work for Cloud9 pushing in, and you see that last frag coming out from AJ. AJ stepping up, shutting down Classics, getting that final kill. But again, I don't know what you guys think, especially you, Corelli. We saw Cloud9 have an opening to push into sight, and they didn't take the space.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they had their pick, really, because they had good control of C, but B was wide open. I mentioned it before. NRG just left B wide open. Chicago walked straight through it, but the bomb went, I believe, through garage at that point, through C short. So, unfortunately, again, like F-Dot was saying, maybe a bit more of a disjointed attack. And Classic's got this ult. Doesn't get anyone there. The blast pack, I don't think, went the way he wanted to, and Chicago is going to make him pay as Justin trying to trade out. He's got him stuck here, and he will use his Empress. Gets 1 kill. Can Justin? This is a very mechanical player. Justin's known for his mechanics.
Oh,
Rocket League gets 2, but Gimmick takes him out.
Oh,
and
man.
Justin will be taken down.
Last bullet in the magazine there. Goes ahead and claims the kill. You'll have to see it. Trade out. Terrible pull. Still going to continuing on as AJ eats it. And there's a Cypher to play defense versus 3 members of NRGgg. The spike slowly being walked to C, however.
Only 16 health for Chicago. This is going to be a very difficult situation. 1v3, 16 HP. Turbo sitting at full shields, full health.
That one was never going to go Chicago's way, just with the health disparity there. Turbo finally does peek back towards C, and it's been easy for NRG so far, 6-2 right now.
Justin, I think, was just the key player for NRG that round. We saw Classics botch his rocket, immediately get taken down by Chicago. Things could have been bad. I think that's the point maybe where you try to push into C site, try to do something. We saw them try to get something going through mid, but Justin had ulted and stopped that push. That was the turning point for NRG. They were able to turn it around once Justin got those kills at mid.
Cloud9 again leave the spike at home and look for information. This time,
Cage triggered.
more interested in A site than C. NRG kind of hear, or excuse me, Cloud9 kind of hear it, and they're gonna rotate over to that side, although loosely, still keeping one at C and B respectively. So this one a little bit slower, but A will be the commit for the attackers here. AJ trying to bring on A. The double peek is good. Squishy and Gimmick both wind up with one underneath their belts. So it's a 5-on-3 so far, and Gimmick a little bit taken, but not stirred and not deterred either. Taking down Sizz. Squishy comes through and helps out Classics. And only one remaining. It's Turbo. What could he do?
Let's see. The spike does go down from Chicago. Turbo gets 1. It's on Gimmick. So 2v1 now. Turbo has to back off. Doesn't get hit by that. The cage goes down from Cloud9. Turbo still looking for some information. I don't think he knows exactly where the defenders are here on the Cloud9 side. He's going to check his right. One does go down A short. They're actually playing way back now. 1A long and A short. I think they're just going to play for the defuse. He did get the shoulder, though, of one Cloud9 player here. So he has information on one. He's playing it pretty slow. I think he's going to back out.
I respect this. I think it's fine. Yeah. Fine, James.
No, I was going to agree with you. I think we're both going to say the same thing. I think this is the right play from Turbo. Taken down to less than half health. He's got a gun. You might as well just save this in a situation where you're 2v1, low health. Your opponents, I'm sure he knows that they're full health or close to it, and they've got the advantage to be able to peek bomb. I think Turbo making the save there was the right call.
Got to agree. Look at the rest of the economy on his team. Sub 1,000 for Classics. And this is what we call a force buy. They're buying weapons, but they are put in a bad economical situation. And should they lose, I mean, it's all pistols from here, baby. So NRG kind of really trusting themselves. But right away, I think Cloud9 have handled their situation a little bit better, and we see that in the results. Gunfights underground, it's a 4-on-4. Look for the wall back. Nobody's sitting there in the cubby. And the bomb bot will go up and reveal where the enemies are, but a little concussed. Squishy and Sizz get one each for their team, and all of a sudden, Gimmick from around the corner picks one up as well. 2 remaining for NRGgg.
Need 3 on the Cloud9 side. Sizz looking for one down below. I don't think anyone there on the Cloud9 side. Still very paranoid with someone under heaven. Gets one there on the tag, doesn't get the shot through the box on the bomb, and time ticking down here as Gimmick gets another one on Turbo. So it's just Sizz now, up in heaven. Gimmick, he knows he's there, just spraying through the wall, looking for more. And here comes a grenade. It's going to be, he's got to run, and Gimmick forces his hand and takes him down.
And that was what I was wondering, is how Gimmick was going to be using Raze, saving his grenade for that moment. That was the perfect play. He knows Sizz is up there in heaven, throws that grenade up there, forces him to rotate, and there was really no way Sizz was going to get out of that situation alive.
Not this time. Just not this time. 5 and 6 for who we think might just be the IGL for this squad. Classics up 11 kills, and Justin, the number 2, with 9 on his bedpost. So it's 10 rounds in. Cloud9 are looking 5 at the moment. A couple of shots towards garage and double doors, but much ado about nothing for AJ here. The team again leaves the spike at home, really looking for the picks. They've committed to this strategy, Corelli, of looking for these individual picks.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I think Cloud9 kind of know what they need to do, or they figured out something that works so far as they try and get these picks. But unfortunately, Garrett's going to find one on Cloud9. So now down a man. They're trying to push B, trying to force. But Justin takes down one, picks up a gun, and just takes off from B. A little spread out here from Cloud9, especially when you got 3 players. They got Cypher on A long and 2 still fighting at B. Nobody has the spike at the moment.
Still left in spawn. Usually this strategy, again, we saw it, I think, last match, not last game, where you leave the bomb at home, you look for a couple of kills, and then when you get those kills, you go back, you get the bomb, and you go to wherever you killed the guy. Nice shot.
He wall-banged him. He wall-banged him.
How's that feel?
And that's got to hurt. I mean, you're already down. You're looking to get that that pick that you were talking about after leaving the spike back, looking for picks, and then you see Sizz getting that wall bang. That's tough. And then kills coming out from Justin, the 3K. He ends the round with a headshot on Chicago.
Justin's doing well, man. He's looking really good in the 2 matches that we've seen, at least against Cloud9. I mean, right now he's out fracking Classics. I think he's doing great.
12 and 7. Can't argue with that. Classics one behind him in both categories. Squishy Muffins, the top frag for Cloud9 at 8 and 9, one behind in that neutral zone. So 7 rounds up. This is the last round before the swap. Players will not be able to keep because we are going to change teams. So NRGgg right now we're playing defense, and after this we'll go down to pistols. We'll be poor, and they will be attacking from this point. Cloud9 trying to end their half on a good note.
Lots of ultimates on the Cloud9 side, 4 for them, and Classics gets 1 on Gimmick, maybe 2 here. Turbo Pulsa cleans it up on Chicago. Orbital Strike comes down. Classics uses a blast pack to get out of the way. And everyone from Cloud9 committing ultimates here. They might not even get a single kill. Squishy can't find it with Hunter's Fury. And NRGgg, dodge, duck, dodge, dive everywhere.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a bullet.
You can dodge an orbital strike, you can dodge bullet is what's going on.
But that push was something else as Justin comes in, cleans up that kill on AJ. The aggressive play, and sometimes that's what you just need to do in these FPS games, from what I've seen, even though I'm a complete noob, is just having at least a little bit of unpredictability can get you those round wins. And we saw that quick push peeking down and the spawn working out quite well. Turbo was very close with Classics there to back him up in case he ran into any trouble. And that play, that helped him get that momentum early in that round and get the win.
Tech shooters are very much about information and repetition, and if you can break up that repetition, you'll find yourself in a good position, like NRGgg do here on our Spike Rush tournament. Once again, presented by Juked. They aggregate all the good esports, so head out to juke.com to grab the good stuff, like this one. NRGgg sending their bot out, and NRGgg just gonna charge up garage. They don't care that Squishy is squished up in there. It's an all-out rush to see.
Squishy.
You can see him trying to put shots on. He's so dead. 4 health. The bomb. Oh, man. Classics nading Squishy gimmick.
Oh, my goodness.
Work. Oh, they collapse. Everyone collapsing. Squishy, even though he gave his life, was the distraction to slow down that push. And that allowed his teammates to come in and wipe NRG.
And I've criticized Cloud9. I'm not rotating fast enough, but man, like you said, James, they just collapse on everyone in Garage. And that is the danger about taking Garage. Once you take it, you really have to make your decision because it's such a small space, but it's such a crucial space between B and C that if you don't make your decision to jump out and get out, the other team can just collapse on top of you.
It seemed like the play was if they knew Squishy was in there, just ignore him and push on the site and take site. Let Squishy stay there because when they looked back, that was when they signed their death warrant. They looked back and then everyone from site pushed in to help Squishy out because Squishy told them they were looking at him. See more action coming out. AJ getting a 2K. Gimmick getting another kill on Sizz. NRG down to the final 2. 4 players up and full health for Cloud9.
Very, very just ready for this one. NRG have tried to play fast, and it has not worked. If you're going to play fast, you have to commit to the idea. They got stuck up in Garage. You kind of gotta handle these tight sections like you're running over coals. It's dangerous, but you just got to get to the other end and then handle your business. Fireburner takes down Turbo. Gimmick takes down Classics. Just like that, they're down 2, 8-6.
Fireburner with the Marshall wall bang. And he's still rocking that Marshall. We'll see if he upgrades it. Squishy and Fire, both with the Marshall. And so we'll see if they want to keep that distance. They've been able to turn back this aggression from NRG, but you're looking at the buys from NRG. This seems to be the time where you want to upgrade if you're Cloud9. You can't afford to keep losing rounds, especially when NRG has been so good at just winning. They have been winning those important rounds. You can't afford to give up anything if you're Cloud9 at this point, already down by 2.
Another attempt here. Garrett gets aggressive and Chicago doesn't take the bait. Sit down, get the kill. Just like that. B seems to be at least the interest where NRG wants to go. Again, the 5-on-4. Only one player playing B, one player playing in between B and C, and one at C. So a quick rotation should be available if that's the plan.
We'll see. Again, NRG very slowly approaching Garage, and they're kind of sitting in it again. Now they all just got revealed by the recon bolt, so they're making their decision. Justin's going to throw out the Lear onto C, and they do have one player here. It's going to be the Reyna. Fireburner gets taken down. No, another one comes from Connector. Squishy right in the face of Justin, and he's still going to hold the angle. He does hear the plant go down, but now Cloud9 have to retake.
Classics is going to start this retake off right. 1 and 2. One player left. He's got to deal with it before he goes ahead and deals with the spike. Lurking around, and that's that. Attackers are going to take it.
And I like that valiant defense there from Squishy, but it was not enough. Corelli, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that's the power of that tripwire there. That Garrett drops the tripwire on the connector from B to C there. And even if he doesn't hit it, AJ, saw the tripwire, but had to shoot it, and that just gave all the information to NRG for them to come through and know exactly where this last Cloud9 player was.
In those situations, that is when it is so powerful, where you can completely block off one area, or at least be able to know if they're coming from that area. And a pick from Chicago on Sizz. Huge play coming out from Chicago, who's now watching that short.
Everybody likes to leave the spike at home, huh?
I know, I pick it up every time because I'm the worst player.
Well, Cloud9 did this the entire time they were on attackers. And NRG, it didn't work out when they tried to hard commit to a site, so now they're doing the same thing. Leave the spike, look for a pick, and then after you get some information and hopefully a frag, go for the aggressive push. Not going to be the case this time around.
Oh.
Energy, Justin. 2 in a row.
picks up the ultimate here, still overhealed, even with no shield. Justin has looked so strong. I mean, I'm impressed. I mean, we know how good this guy is in Rocket League, but he can do it in this game too. That just doesn't seem fair. A third picked up by Justin now. Still fully healed with that overheal. And they're looking for the final player on Cloud9. It's going to be Fireburner coming over to B. And I think NRG know where the bomb is. They can clearly see it. And they're just going to hold the crossfire here and let Fireburner run on in. But Fireburner gets the entry kill on Garrett, traded out by Turbo. And NRG going to take them down.
Good positioning. The good positioning, they know that if somebody comes in, they'll be able to peek. You know, you got somebody looking over to the right. That's when Turbo comes out, peeks, gets the kill. And smart plays from NRG. But Justin, we spent so much time talking about classics. Justin has also had some very big rounds, very big moments. I didn't realize that Justin was so dang good at shooters.
Listen, man, winners win. Winners win. Like there's next to no translatable skills as far as on the battlefield. But you know what does translate, and you see this when you have these fun tournaments, right? Go force a League of Legends player to play Mortal Kombat. Dedication, understanding your opponents, exploiting human tendency, communication
Calmness under pressure.
Yeah, like clutch. All of these are
the
what
intangibles.
Yeah, exactly. That X factor, the je ne sais quoi, that's what we're seeing in sense here for the NRG squad. 3 players versus 4 as NRG one more time try to break into B. Fireburner. Oh, he can't choose it. Okay.
And I believe Gimmick got that sheriff kill on Justin when he was at 1 health.
Yeah.
Gimmick was at 1 health. He got the kill with his ult. Also gets the sheriff kill on Justin. Still contributing despite being almost dead.
Econ a little rough on the energy side for a couple of their players. This is at 2400. Classics looks like he will buy. He requested a Vandal and got it, so they will be able to full buy in the end. But this is what happened last game. You know, Cloud9, they started to make the comeback. They were able to regain the economy advantage, and then they kind of snowballed it to 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row. NRG do not want to let this one slip. It's a bit closer this time around, 10-7 in favor of NRG. And Cloud9, they've done much better on this defending side.
And this is a very important round economy-wise. Justin getting that kill on Squishy, who was trying to get aggressive. Early advantage for NRG.
Spike making their way over to C, it looks like. Only 1 player there, but another is lurking in Garage. Garage, or at least they were. Left side of the map completely open after 2 kills. That's going to be a Spike plant, and honestly, this one is just going to go the way of Energy, unless, I mean, we got to see a miracle come out from Cypher.
Justin already getting that 3K in that gun battle from Classics. You can see him using that satchel to have that movement, but he gets taken out from Chicago. Headshot. Chicago's going to have to go for this, I think. You just got to...
Oh, he's going to run into someone here on the backside. It's going to be Garrett.
Garrett
you know...
him out. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Yeah, James, I was here for that conversation. Do you save when the opponent's going to be brought to round 11? Like, is that the save? Is that what you want to do? Maybe you want to play aggressive. What you don't want to do is die doing neither.
Or you've got to get at least some more kills because you know that they're also struggling on econ. So if you can do a little bit more damage, play aggressively, try to just use, you know, the bomb to your advantage. But you know, it didn't work out for Chicago. He tried to rotate around. Garrett was already there. And this is going to be tough for Cloud9 to bounce back from. Ever since Squishy pushed in early, got picked. It put him in a bad spot. Then Fireburner also lost that gunfight to Classics. We'll see if this round goes any better for Cloud9.
Agent gathered, and there ain't nowhere to run. Classics going to grab one. Sizz goes down after the fact, but Classics grabs another. Still,
out of charges.
Classics dies, and that'll be the end of the push. 3 players still trying to cautiously make their way into C, although Sands the Spike. Turbo with the long-range shot, and the rotation's on.
Great snap there from Turbo Pulsa as he takes him down, and NRG now is going to be using that neural link to find where everyone is on the map. Justin going to get the plant down on B.
Nowhere to run.
Push out back towards courtyard. And it's up to AJ, and it's Justin who takes him down in the end. I was mesmerized by Turbo Pulse's Hunter's Fury, just firing it out, and doesn't get the kill in the end.
Everything I've learned is that when Turbo is Hunter's Furying, things are usually going well for NRG.
That's the thing, is that you know this is something that we see in MOBAs all the time. We use the phrase zoning ult as a joke when somebody misses the ult, saying, "Oh, zoning him to go the other way." But that's really a reality when it comes to Sova. You can shoot into the one corridor, and it doesn't matter if they die. They're forced to run away, and somebody can pick off the rats as they do so. Match point for NRGgg. A seems to be their target, and they're not slowing down. Classic's going to barrel right down long with the whole team, with the spike. This is it. They're just going to rush in here.
Yeah. 2 went through A short, and so they're going to get control of at least this right side of the A site. Everyone rotating from Cloud9. Classics has the showstopper, double blast, or one blast pack down, uses the second one, fires into the... No, it doesn't want to fire into connector. He fires it into A short, but he doesn't get the kill. He gets traded out by AJ with the judge. And Turbo, only with 20 health, has to come through A short. Ziz and Turbo do get a kill. Justin to clean up Fireburn. This could be it. It's up to Sova. It was Squishy who goes down to Garrett, and NRG take down Cloud9 2-0.
Just like that. Cloud9, a worthy opponent. I will say a worthy opponent. I won't say that. Sorry, Envy. But NRG here, they have a worthy opponent versus Cloud9, but they still take it in the 2-0. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. Listen, we all want to talk about Classics doing it, but give it up for Justin. Like, that's our boy, right?
I just didn't know that he was an FPS gamer. I didn't know it. I mean, I had heard stories of other players. I knew Classics played. I knew Squishy and Gimmick played. I knew that Garrett has played from time to time. And I didn't realize that Justin had that in him. That was fun. He got so many 3Ks, so many clutch rounds. So NRG, they were a stacked team.
Absolutely. Gorelli, you know, watching this one, this was, honestly, Haven felt closer than Bind, but it was further away in the score. Why did it feel like Cloud9 were a little bit able to contend more in that one?
Well, I think the mid game was just relatively closer. I think Cloud9 got more rounds earlier on than when they did against Bind, where I think it was like 10-2, I think, at one point. So Cloud9 did a better job. I think there was a couple changes. Cloud9, they let NRG come to them, and I think NRG kind of realized Cloud9 was sitting back, and NRG had to then adapt onto that. So much better game, I think, from Cloud9. Even though the score was one less from them, I think it was a much better map 2 from Cloud9.
Gotta completely agree. I liked the little things. I like the big things. And like I said, I mean, hey, we spent all afternoon kind of talking about Classics, and in the end, it's Justin that kind of brings this one home for NRG. So it's fun to see the hometown heroes kind of bringing it. James, this was a lot of fun. You know, we talk about these Rocket League guys and we break down Valorant. You know, we're just here. We're playing cornhole. I mean, did you expect the guys from Rocket League? You said you didn't expect Justin to be that good, but who surprised you here?
I think Justin surprised me the most. I would say Justin definitely surprised me the most. I was also shocked at Turbo's abilities to use his abilities to help his team morally. I didn't realize that you could play Sova that way. So he changed my mind there. I was also pretty impressed with Gimmick. I knew Gimmick was a gamer, but I think he just proved it there. Overall, though, Justin was the biggest surprise of the day. I knew everyone else was pretty good. A lot of times when you're dealing with these esports players, pros in any game, generally they're pretty good at most games, especially if they're willingly participating in a tournament. So I think just the level of play all around was quite fun to watch. But Justin, man, it's good.
Justin, certainly one of the winners, Classics as well. And we have both of them on the line. We're going to do a winners interview with the boys from NRG. Like we said, Justin, number one here in game number 2. Are you guys with us just yet?
Yeah, hello. How's it going?
Hello. Oh, yo, how's it going, guys? First, you know, congratulations on this very important and serious tournament. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's pretty easy when you're playing with Justin. I don't even need to clear.
What? You're the one trying to go pro here, man. Easy
I don't know. Maybe you should be pro. I don't know.
I have to.
You know, I'm expecting more toxicity. You guys come in here.
No.
You're up.
I mean, we almost didn't even lose enough rounds to lose a single map, but I mean,
There it is. That's
So can I ask a question here, Classics? I want to know how did you get this spot? This was a coveted spot on an NRG team that we knew was going to be dominant. How did you wrangle your way in here? What was it? Did you send them your montage? How'd you do it?
yeah, I just sent in my resume, and I feel really blessed to be here for this opportunity. I'd like to thank my fans and all my supporters who really brought me to this moment. My entire career has led up to this, and it's just really all paid off.
Wow.
Spoken like a true champ, and that's why I'm a Classics fan. Classics, you can even attest. I have been a fan of you for a long time, and I think that this event just shows why. So Classics, from me to you, man, I'm just saying thank you for doing what you do.
Yeah, man. Thanks for being a fan, man. I appreciate it. That's epic.
I got a question. I got to ask. What did Turbo say when he started ulting bodies on solo?
I was telling him to ult with the BPM.
Classic kept telling him to also BM towards other
teams.
He
did it. Turbo always listens to me. He's a true team player. He's one of the smartest Valorant players in the world. Listen to anything I say.
IGL? Who was the IGL?
All of us. There's a team effort.
It actually was all of us.
So Justin, what game did you develop these skills in? Are you a Counter-Strike player?
I'm terrible at
Where did you get this skill? Did you play Rainbow Six? Where did this come from?
Nowhere. This is my first. I don't know. This is my first decent FPS game on keyboard. I mean, I used to play H1, but that's it.
Justin just runs around and shoots people in the head. That's all there is to it.
On CS though, I'm the worst player alive. So I'm actually surprised I was somewhat decent today.
That's funny though. We had a boatload of fun here, but we were kind of like saying, real talk. Obviously, Rocket League and Valorant have nothing to do with each other, but the approach to the game, right? Listen, you guys obviously didn't spend weeks scrimming, but was there any? Did you guys ever feel like sweaty when you guys were playing here, for real, or was it all fun and games?
No, it's just all fun and games. Basically, we're all just having a good time playing.
Yeah.
You'll have to see it, man. This was dope. I mean, this is one of the fun parts of esports about getting to show your kind of your non-Rocket League side, right? We know what you guys look like on the field. We know what that looks like. We want to see the other side. So normally I give you time to shout out your sponsors and all this, but I don't know, shout out something you wouldn't shout out on Rocket League.
I like shout out to you guys. It's a really fun tournament. It's something new. It's playing Valorant and Rocket League players. It's fun. Yeah. I had a great time playing.
We need more of these.
Yeah, more in the future. More rematches.
Get it up.
Okay.
Round two.
Round two.
We'll have to keep that in mind then. All right, now I'll give you the chance to do the sponsors if that's what you got to do.
Make sure to follow Classics on Twitter.
I guess I'm your sponsor now.
Yeah, no, real talk. For what it's worth, Classics, jokes aside, I mean, you're actively looking for a team, right? Do you?
I mean, if you need a Valorant gamer for your team, I'm right here. LOT.
There you go. The man sells himself.
The very official LFT from Classics.
Yeah, very official.
Classics and Justin, thank you so much for hanging out, playing, and joining us in the afterwards. Congrats on the win, and we'll see you later.
Thanks for having us.
Awesome.
GG's.
GG's. Oh man, that was fun. I seriously love Classics. He's such a funny guy. He is such a funny guy. Justin also class act as always. But man, I wish that Classics would stream more. I wish he would stream his poker playing. I wish he would just IRLs him streaming or driving around in his Corvette, talking to people. I just want to watch that man's content. All right, that's all I got to say.
Well, after today, it looks like you might have a chance to, because I think he has a future in Valorant at least somewhere. Corelli, any last words? Wow, that sounds ominous. What would you like to say?
Whoa. No, this has been a ton of fun. This is my first time casting Valorant, so hopefully it wasn't too bad. But I loved it, man. I love Valorant. I love playing the game, and it was really fun to see familiar faces play the game as well. So I felt really comfortable talking about these guys. So I really do hope we get to do this again. It was fun.
I'm here for it. One more time, shout out to everybody important, Wisdom, like James was thanking everybody there. They're excellent people. They put out a slew of Valorant content. You guys should check it out. It's awesome. We also do weekly tournaments that are awesome. Shout outs to my homie Jamerson that I usually cast him with. We came together with Rival Esports to go ahead and put this on. They do a lot of stuff with Rocket League behind the scenes, and they put on the other stream. So this was kind of a combo of that. And of course, the whole thing put put together and sponsor, or the whole thing put together by us and sponsored by Juked, your one-stop shop for esports. They also are going to be getting involved, so check out Juked and what they do for sure. So James Bot Corelli. Earlier today, I had Daz and Turtle, and it's your boy F. Dot. I'll catch you demons later. Thanks for watching. Peace, and much love to you.